I'll ask the Honorable Minister of Financial Services and Social Development, a member for West Bay South, to say prayers.
Almighty God, from whom all wisdom and power are derived, we beseech thee so to direct and prosper the deliberations of the Parliament now assembled, that all things may be ordered upon the best and surest foundations for the glory of thy name, and for the safety, honor, and welfare of the people of these islands. Bless our Sovereign Lady, Queen Elizabeth II, Charles, Prince of Wales, and all the royal family. Give grace to all who exercise authority in our Commonwealth, that peace and happiness, truth and justice, religion and piety may be established among us. Especially, we pray for the Governor of our islands, the Premier, the Speaker of the Parliament, the Leader of the Opposition, Ministers of Cabinet, ex officio members, members of the Parliament, the Chief Justice, and members of the judiciary, that we may be enabled faithfully to perform the responsible duties of our high office. All this we ask for thy great name's sake. Let us say the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The Lord bless us and keep us. The Lord make his face shine upon us and be gracious unto us. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon us and give us peace now and always. Amen.
Please be seated. This Honorable Parliament has now resumed its sitting.
Administration of oaths or affirmations.
None.
Reading by the Honourable Speaker of messages and announcements.
Madam Clerk. Honourable members, I rise to briefly mention two matters pertaining to the business and members of the House. For the record, we have initiated a draft code of conduct and prepared an initial draft to govern members in this Honourable House earlier this year. We have given an undertaking and commitment to do so. However, there are some members who are of the view that a more elaborate code of conduct is required. The amended and revised version as a second draft was prepared and produced in April 2021 and is now under review. While some members are of the view that the new expansive code of conduct may be too onerous, given our circumstances, we are nonetheless committed to finalize the code in the interest and satisfaction of all honourable members. As we attempt to have an amenable code of conduct for this House, let us not lose sight of the critical importance of equally addressing our antiquated and archaic standing orders, which I should say isn't fit for purpose at this time in our development. For the benefit of all and purposes of background, I did initiate the process with a meeting in June comprising the Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Attorney General, the Honourable Member from Red Bay, and Mr. Ellison. The meeting was productive and useful as it provided a roadmap to achieve this arduous task, it seems. Since that, we have met in the casual and spoken informally to strategize in amending our standing orders, in the shortest time and in the most efficient manner. We envision a committee that will consider and report the draft orders to the House. We cannot lose the opportunity to modernize and modify our standing orders to reflect the more current standing orders to make operations more smoothly and enhance procedures, particularly in committee stage of the whole House. This contemporary standing orders will undoubtedly enable more efficient procedures for the Parliament. I thought I should say that to this Honourable House.
Presentation of petitions.
None.
Presentation of papers and of reports. Report of the Standing Finance Committee on the appropriation financial years 2022 and 2023 Bill 2021 to be laid on the table by the Chairman of the Standing Finance Committee.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order Section 14.4, I ask that this matter be deferred until later on the agenda. Thank you.
Agreed.
Sorry.
That's why we need a standing orders change. Question is that the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the appropriation financial years 2022 and 2023 Bill 2021 be deferred for later in the day. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Report of the Standing Business Committee, first meeting of the 2021-2022 session of the Cayman Islands Parliament, to be laid on the table by the Chairman of the Standing Business Committee.
Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to seek your permission to lay on the table of this Honourable House this report on the Standing Business Committee for the first meeting of the 2021-22 session of this Honourable Parliament.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't propose to speak to it, sir.
You not proposing to speak.
Report of the Standing Finance Committee on the appropriation changes sought under Section 12 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision for the financial year ending 31st of December 2021 to be laid on the table by the Chairman of the Standing Finance Committee.
The Honourable the Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable Parliament the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the request to Finance Committee for the appropriation changes sought under Section 12 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision for the financial year ending 31st of December 2021.
So ordered.
Annual Report 2020, Cayman Islands National Insurance Company, opening doors to wellness for our members, fiscal year ending 31st of December 2020, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development.
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on this Honourable House, I beg to lay on the the table of this honorable house the annual report for Cineco for the financial year ending 31st of December 2020.
So ordered.
Water Authority Cayman 2020 Annual Report to be laid on the table by the Honorable Minister of District Administration and Lands.
The Honorable the Minister of Education, District Administration and Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the Water Authority Cayman 2020 Annual Report.
So ordered.
Annual report for the Cayman Airways Limited for the 2018 financial year. Annual report for Cayman Airways Limited for the 2019 financial year to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Transport.
Honorable Minister, you have two reports that you want to lay down at the same time. The Honorable the Minister of Tourism and Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to lay on the table of this honorable House the annual report for Cayman Airways Limited for the 2018 financial year, as well as the 2019 financial year.
So ordered.
Cayman Port Comprehensive Annual Financial Report for the year ending December 31st, 2020, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Transport.
The Honorable the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to lay on the table of this honorable House the comprehensive annual financial report for the year ended December 31st, 2020.
So ordered.
Ministry of District Administration, Tourism and Transport, Annual Report for the year ended 31st of December 2020, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Transport.
The Honorable the Minister of Tourism and Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to lay on the table of this honorable House the Ministry of District Administration, Tourism and Transport Annual Report for the year ended 31st of December 2020, before my time.
So ordered.
(2019-2020) Annual Report of the Select Committee to oversee the performance of the Office of the Ombudsman, to be laid on the table by the Chairman of the Select Committee to oversee the performance of the Office of the Ombudsman. Honourable Minister of Home Affairs and Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage.
The Honorable the Minister of Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to lay on the table of this honorable House the 2019-2020 annual report of the Select Committee to oversee the performance of the Office of the Ombudsman. And, Mr. Speaker, the Ombudsman has resigned, and we'd like to wish her safe flight going north. And we do hope that after 3 years, 4 years, that we now have a Caymanian there that has been understudying that can possibly even act or stay in the post. Wish her well, and wish her a safe flight home.
So ordered.
Office of the Attorney General, Cayman Islands, improving financial accountability and transparency, financial management and reporting. May 2021. Report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Office of the Auditor General on improving financial accountability and transparency, financial management and reporting. May 2021. To be laid on the table by the Chairman of the Standing Public Accounts Committee.
The Honorable the Leader of the Opposition. Has anybody been the member for Georgetown South standing in the place of the Leader of the Opposition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lay on the table of this Honourable House, on behalf of the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, the Office of the Auditor General report on improving financial accountability and transparency, financial management and reporting, May 2021. And Mr. Speaker, can I also lay on the table the report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Office of the Auditor General on improving financial accountability and transparency, financial management and reporting, May 2021.
So ordered.
Cayman Islands Government, Human Resources 2019 Annual Report, January to December 2019. Cayman Islands Government, Human Resources 2020 Annual Report, January to December 2020. To be laid on the table by the Honourable Deputy Governor.
The Honorable the Deputy Governor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House two reports entitled the Cayman Islands Government Human Resource 2019 Annual Report, January to December 2019, and the Cayman Islands Government Human Resources Report 2020 from January to December 2020.
So ordered. The Honorable Deputy Governor.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to just speak briefly about the reports. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased today to present to this Honourable House the 2019 and 2020 Human Resource Annual Reports for the Civil Service. These reports document trends. These reports document trends in human resource activity for the civil service, as well as providing statistics on employee headcount within the SAGCs. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, the portfolio of the Civil Service has responsibility for providing me with corporate HR management information to support decisions making within the government. As part of this service, HR annual reports are produced. These reports contain detailed information relating to operational HR matters throughout the prior year and statistical trends over a number of years. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the production of the 2019 report, which was due to be produced in 2020, was deferred as resources needed to be diverted to support the government's COVID-19 mitigation strategy. However, I'm happy to say that POCS was able to produce both the 2019 and 2020 HR annual reports this year, both which have just been tabled in this Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, I would like to just take this opportunity to highlight some of the key findings in the 2020 HR annual report. Namely, there was an overall increase in the size of the public service, with increases in both the size of the civil service and the SAGCs from the prior year. Caymanian representation within the core civil service remained slightly above 70% at 70.8%, with said representation rising to 72% across the wider public service. This is compared to the labor force indicators published by the ESO for 2020, which showed the working age population at 54% Caymanian. Female representation within the core civil service reached 55%, which is 5% higher than the percentage reported in the Economic and Statistics Office labor report indicators for the female working age population. The average civil servant salary, Mr. Speaker, increased by $2,936 per annum. This resulted in an increase to the average total annual salary bringing it to $53,129 per year as of 31st of December 2020. This is the sixth consecutive year that average civil servant salaries have increased. This increase is largely attributable to the 5% cost of living adjustment, COLA, that was approved by Cabinet and which took effect in January 2020, and is the second phase of implementing the decision to move teachers to a minimum salary of $5,000 per month. Mr. Speaker, the Civil Service adopted flexible and remote working protocols as a result of COVID-19 restrictions and implemented a differentiated honorarium to reward those responsible for delivering the government's COVID-19 response. The 2020 engagement survey showed a 2% increase in the Civil Service Engagement Index over 2019, bringing the engagement score to 72%. And additionally, an unprecedented response rate of 83% was achieved in the 2020 survey. Mr. Speaker, as you would have heard, these are truly remarkable outcomes that demonstrate our continued commitment to our employees, including our commitment to look at and address pay, as well as our commitment to hear what our employees have to say through continued use of the employee engagement survey. Additionally, these statistics demonstrate reasonable growth within the civil service, which ensures that we have the necessary human resources in place to deliver our purpose to make the lives of those we serve better. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cayman National Cultural Foundation, Creativity, Heritage, Education, Annual Report 2019. Cayman National Cultural Foundation, Annual Report 2020, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage.
Clerk, could you continue, as the same minister has two more? We'll do all them one time. Weaves in the fabric of our history, and the National Gallery.
Waves in the Fabric of Our History, Cayman Islands National Museum, Annual Report 2020. National Gallery of the Cayman Islands, Annual Report and Accounts, 31st of December 2020, to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage.
The Honourable, the Minister of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage.
I rise to lay on the table of this honorable House the annual report for 2019. Would you like me to do both at the same time, Mr. Speaker, and 2020
All four of them, yes.
for the Cayman National Cultural Foundation? Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to lay on the table of this honorable House the 2020 and of the National Gallery and of the National Museum.
2019 report for the Cultural Foundation.
Yes, the annual report for 31st December 2020 for the National Gallery and the annual report 2020, sir, for the National Museum.
Cayman Islands Monetary Authority, Annual Report 2020, to be laid on the table by the...
Clerk, sorry. Has he laid the four reports? All four reports have been laid. Cayman National Cultural Foundation, Report 2019, Cayman National Cultural Foundation, Report 2020, Water Waves in the Fabric of Our History, Cayman Islands National Museum, and the National Gallery of the Cayman Islands Annual Report and Accounts, December 2020. Have those four been laid? And have they been laid? Okay.
Cayman Islands Monetary Authority Annual Report 2020 to be laid on the table by the Honorable Minister of Financial Services and Commerce.
The Honorable Minister of Financial Services and Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table of this honorable House the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority Annual Report 2020.
So ordered. Is the minister saying,
Mr. Speaker, yes, if I could beg your indulgence for a few moments to give a summary of the work done by the Monetary Authority and the work of its staff.
so? Before you begin, Honorable Minister, we reached the hour of 4:30. Can the Premier move for suspension, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the suspension of Standing Order 10-2 so that the business of the House may continue beyond or past the hour of interruption. Thank you.
Question is that the standing orders 10-2 be suspended in order to conduct business after the hour of 4:30. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Honorable Minister for Home Affairs, Financial Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just very briefly. Mr. Speaker, 2020 was undoubtedly a busy year for the Cayman Islands financial services industry. As Minister, and on behalf of this Honorable House and the Cayman Islands government, I wish to take the opportunity to express heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the staff of the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority for their hard work and dedication in helping to strengthen our regulatory regimes and to address the concerns of the FATF as well as the EU, which was by no means or no stretch, Mr. Speaker, an easy task. Over the past year, the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority has worked assiduously to not only ensure that these matters are addressed in a proactive and constructive way, but also to ensure that the reputation of these islands as a leading financial services jurisdiction and a responsible member of the global financial community remained unassailable. For that, I think we should all be truly grateful. Mr. Speaker, the Monetary Authority is the guardian of financial services integrity in this jurisdiction. The robust regulatory framework it provides this jurisdiction over the years is key to its success. In addition to the work of the CFATF, the Cayman Islands monetary staff have also dealt with the Securities Investment Business Registrant Regime, the Private Funds Act, and also have assumed responsibility of the new Virtual Assets Framework. All of this, Mr. Speaker, while dealing with the challenges of working remotely during a global pandemic. As a former civil servant in the Ministry of Financial Services, I know firsthand what it takes to maintain Cayman's leading position in the financial services arena. And it is very much dependent on the work of the staff of the Monetary Authority, which they do diligently every day. So I thought it was worth, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge their unwavering commitment over the last year. To the staff, whether from an operational, support, or a supervisory level, who continue to persevere through the challenges to analyze who, without hesitation, to continue to analyze and who do so without hesitation beyond normal working hours to meet important deadlines that have international significance, to the managers and the heads who sacrifice their personal time to meet those, and to their leader, Managing Director Caymanian Cindy Scotland, and the rest of the executive team who work tirelessly, I just want to say publicly and nationally, thank you. Your contributions have not gone unnoticed, and they play a vital role in the country's collective efforts to enhance our position as a globally respected financial services center of excellence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Office of the Auditor General, Cayman Islands, follow-up on the past PAC recommendations 2021 report. Report of the Standing Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Office of the Auditor General and follow-up on past PAC recommendations 2021 report. To be laid on the table by the Chairman of the Standing Public Accounts Committee.
But the leader of the opposition is not able to be here as he designated the member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House, on behalf of the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, the Office of the Auditor General's report on follow-up on past PAC recommendations to 2021, report number 1, August 2021. And I'm also going to lay the report for the Standing Public Accounts Committee. That's on report of the Office of the Auditor General on follow-up on past PAC recommendations 2021, report number 1, August 2021.
So ordered. Thank you.
Mental Health Commission Annual Report 2020 to be laid on the table by the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
The Honorable the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table of this Honourable House the Mental Health Commission Annual Report 2020.
So ordered.
Questions to Honourable Ministers and members of the
We need, if we are going to do these questions, we need the standing order suspended in order to do questions after the hour 11 a.m. And if we don't have the number, we can just say standing order suspended. Are the answers to the question ready? Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in order to enable the listed items to continue, in terms of the questions to the honorable ministers, I move a motion to, in accordance with Standing Order 23, 7 and 8, to suspend those to allow the questions to be put and answered after 11 a.m.
Question is, the standing orders be suspended in order to answer questions after the hour of 11 a.m. All in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Question number 1.
The Honourable Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Sorry. I thought he had asked it, yeah. That late in the afternoon. The Honorable, the elected member for Reed Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am to ask the Honorable Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure, question number 1 on the order paper standing in my name, which reads as follows. Can the Honorable Minister provide an update on what is happening with the A.D. Sanchez Memorial Community Park in the Red Bay and Prospect constituencies, as well as the Scranton Community Park in the Georgetown Central constituency?
The Honorable the Minister of Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, on the Eddie Sanchez Park, the walking track was completed and the playground have been installed while the cabanas were damaged by Tropical Storm Grace. PWD has had an engineer provide a solution to the costing and has been received by the remediation of the work, and the work should be commenced very shortly. But to also let the member know, just yesterday, sir, I received the new architectural drawing of the cabanas for that park, of the new design of the concrete beams. Mr. Speaker, on the Scranton Community Park, Mr. Speaker, work has begun on the Scranton Community Park in the effort to get a good value for money. We have utilized the NRA expertise to begin the site preparation and the sharing up of the stabilizing the edge of the pond. This should give the pond a better capacity to prevent from flooding, sir, and surrounding areas in the heavy rains. Mr. Speaker, once the site preparation is completed, we will undertake some greenery and landscaping as well as some concrete works and the site fencing and a sketch rendering, sir.
The Honorable the member for Reed Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I ask the following supplementary of the Minister? Mr. Speaker, there was an outstanding business plan when we demitted office in April. And I wonder if the Minister, this related principally to the landscaping proposed, because what was being proposed by the committee established to work along with Public Works to get the park built, had recommended that there should be a single source landscaping procurement, and that had held up the procurement for months. Nothing obviously has happened since. I wonder if the Minister has any information he could let me and the House know regarding what progress is being made with respect to that, or whether another course is now being followed.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I'm aware, reliably informed, I think most of the design work for that park has not changed. The only thing was just really going through back the structural part of it for the cabanas, sir. So the seam outlay that was there before and design work would have been exactly the same, sir.
Member for Red Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for that response, and I'm delighted to hear that. But this is specifically about the need for a business case to be made out as to why there shouldn't be just an open tender for the landscaping. And the procurement wasn't allowed, of that contract wasn't allowed to proceed, I was told, until that exercise had been completed. That's what I'm trying to find out, what progress is being made, if any, with respect to that.
The Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, because the procurement is under my chief officer, sir, I will direct a message to my chief officer and make sure that she delivers that in writing to the honorable member for Red Bay, sir.
Member for Red Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the minister.
The elected member for Georgetown North to ask the Honourable Minister of District Administration and Lands. Question number 2.
Elected member for Georgetown North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the elected member for Georgetown North. I rise to ask the Honorable Minister for District Administration and Lands. Question number 2.
It is that time of afternoon, yes.
Question number 2, standing in my name. Can the Honorable Minister provide an update on what is happening with the fish market in the Georgetown waterfront?
The Honorable Minister responsible for Education, District Administration and Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer. Mr. Speaker, the proprietor of the property, namely OPY5 in question, is Christopher D. Johnson, who has expressly conveyed to the Department of Lands and Survey that they have no interest to sell or lease the property to the Crown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So supplementary, and I did raise, my supplementary question would have been, can the Honorable Minister say whether or not the government have any other plans for the fish market should Mr. Johnson decide to evict the vendors? I did raise this during the Finance Committee with the Minister of Works as to the plans that we had under the Georgetown revitalization to build a market on the opposite, on the southern side of the cove, along with restrooms and parking. And I was told then that those plans are not on the table at the moment. So I don't believe there have been any further developments since then.
Well, Honorable Minister, maybe you can help for informational purposes so that I understand something. Didn't it come to this House that this property was to be sold to government for the use that is being used for now, for purposes? Am I not right that was said that there was an agreement?
Mr. Speaker, as member serves me correct, that would have to come through via the methodology of compulsory acquisition, and to date, neither the last government or this government are open to that at this stage. There was debate back and forth, even when the former minister, who's now the member for Georgetown North, there was negotiation attempted to try to move it, but as all members would, I'm sure, accurately recall, the fishermen are not amenable to moving from where they are now. They feel that they have been there for a long time, and there were an unsuccessful application for adverse possession. I hope that all members who have direct or indirect contact with Mr. Johnson would speak to him to see whether, as an interest of a private citizen in a jurisdiction that has been extremely good to him, if he would reconsider his position and allow the fishermen to continue to do what's there, and deem that as his cultural positive contribution to the Cayman community. Save that, it's going to be a confrontation, which, based on what I heard, is not going to be a pretty one, unfortunately.
Minister, so when I was asking if it was communicated to the House that there was some agreement for him to sell There was never no agreement.
That I'm aware of, Mr. Speaker.
Georgetown North,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for the record, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm what the honorable member has just provided, information honorable member just provided with the House. There was an attempt to apply for prescriptive rights to the property. This was not successful. I did go back to the fishermen at that time to say that, or the vendors, to say that the opportunity to move across the cove was still available, which they confirmed with me, Mr. Speaker, that they would be amenable to that, especially in sight that we would provide the restrooms and the parking across the street. So I have had a couple of conversations with some of them who still remain interested in doing that, as they have realized that their options are very limited at this time, and they're afraid that they will find themselves without a location to carry out the business of the fish market.
thank you for your explanation. The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the interest of the topic of discussion and the location being in my constituency, sir, I would like to add some further information to the person who filed the motion to say that I have also been in contact with many of the fishermen who believe that they should be able to stay in the interest of national culture and heritage. It is a position that I support, and I hope that the positive contribution by the Minister for Lands is taken up by the owner to help our community, because the location is a location that is important to the hearts of many Georgetowners, particularly those of Georgetown Central and Georgetown North. And it would be a sad situation if the owners decide to take any other kind of action which is contrary to this government's position. And I'm certain that I could say that I have the support of my colleagues to do whatever is necessary to protect the culture and longevity of the fishermen there at that site. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Statements by the honorable ministers and members of the cabinet.
I have an indication from the Honorable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted this opportunity to make this statement in accordance with Section 11.6 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision regarding a cabinet decision under Section 11.5 of the Act to allocate supplementary funding to support the creation of the Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency. I have previously spoken of this government's commitment to create a legacy of sustainability in both my policy statement and my contribution to the second reading of the appropriation bill. And the creation of the Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency as part of meeting that commitment to our country. Mr. Speaker, I believe that I've outlined some of the rationale behind the creation of this ministry in my previous statements. However, I'd like to take some time now to speak to the urgency of the situation that I believe the Cayman Islands and indeed the world finds ourselves in. We must act collectively and decisively if we want to ensure that future generations can enjoy the quality of life that we have had the privilege to experience. Mr. Speaker, in her book, Saving Us, climate scientist Catherine Hayhoe wrote, and I quote, "The future we collectively face will be forged by our own actions. We cannot afford to be paralyzed by fear or shame. We must act with power, love, and a sound mind. Together, we can save ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I recently attended the United Nations Conference of the Parties, or COP, meeting in Glasgow, where I met global leaders and some of our impressive young Caymanians who were there working extremely hard alongside our other youth representatives from around the world to make their voices heard. Mr. Speaker, I was able to spend some time with these passionate young Caymanians who shared their concerns for their future. And they told me in no uncertain terms that our generation must act now and must do much better than we have been doing if we truly care about them and their future. While I speak of the future, Mr. Speaker, we must recognize that we are already seeing the impacts of human-induced climate change. In many cases, it is too late to stop some of these changes, so our only option is to prepare to adapt to those changes. What the young people are concerned about, Mr. Speaker, is that these climate change impacts are only going to increase and magnify, in some cases exponentially, if the world continues on its current course. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that the world needs an urgent and immediate course correction if we want to save ourselves and future generations from the worst of the impacts. Agreement around what that course correction entails and each nation's role in these changes was discussed and debated at the COP meetings. As I interacted with fellow delegates, I felt a shared sense of optimism, excitement, and a hope that the discussions would end in real commitments to these changes that are needed to stave off the worst impacts of global temperature rise. And perhaps more importantly, that countries would take action on those commitments. However, Mr. Speaker, intermingled with that sense of hope was a recognition that countries are simply not doing enough. Scientific evidence shows that even fully implementing the standards agreed in the historic Paris Agreement will not be enough, and the world's actions to date to have us on a path to see global temperature increase of more than 2 degrees Celsius is on track. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Environment Programme's Emissions Gap Reports 2021 projects a global mean temperature increase of 2.7 degrees by 2100. Mr. Speaker, that is nothing less than a potentially disastrous scenario for the world, but especially so for low-lying islands like ours. What does that increase look like, Mr. Speaker? A 2-degree centigrade average global temperature rise is projected to translate into severe water shortages for 8% of the global population, the disappearance of all coral reefs, a sea level rise of 56 centimeters, displacing tens of millions of people, a rapid fall in agricultural yields, and 37% of the global population being exposed to severe heat in 1 in every 5 years. The impacts of a 3-degree increase, the path we are on if countries fulfill the pledges, even if they fulfill the pledges made under the Paris Agreement, are even more dire, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to go into those details of what they are, Mr. Speaker, but imagine the complete loss of our coral reefs and the impact that would have on us alone, not only from a tourism perspective, but also our increased vulnerability to waves and coastal impacts in storm events. Combine that with projections for sea level rise, and it is even more concerning, sir. Members may recall reading the headlines in 2008 when the then president of the Maldives announced a plan to buy land somewhere else so that his citizens could relocate as their islands were becoming submerged as a result of sea level rise. There are many other examples of communities that are already being relocated and reestablished, whether in response to increased frequency and intensity of storms, increased frequency of flooding, increased coastal erosion and landslides, or the thawing of the Arctic permafrost, all impacts that are directly linked to human-induced climate change. Even our regional neighbors, Mr. Speaker, who are fortunate enough to have mountains, have large coastal settlements and critical infrastructure that would be impacted. Having to relocate their entire communities, Mr. Speaker, is a scenario I am sure all members can agree is one that we would like to avoid at all costs. But sadly, a scenario that may well come to pass if the world does not act to prevent it. Mr. Speaker, while at COP, I was also impressed by many Indigenous people who traveled there to make their voices heard. Like the Cayman Islands, their contributions to the climate change crisis are minimal, to the point of being immeasurable on the global scale, but they stand to bear the brunt of the impacts. We heard that this is not only their way of life that is threatened, but their entire existence. Sobering thoughts, Mr. Speaker. It hits too close to home. It is an unfortunate fact, Mr. Speaker, that the members of the international community who are most responsible for contributing to the problem have not made good on their promise in the Paris Agreement to provide $100 billion in annual funding to assist those who are most vulnerable and most impacted by climate change. This funding is needed to help the most vulnerable prepare to adapt to the impacts and provide assistance to help them continue on their economic development pathways without the heavy reliance on fossil fuels that is the hallmark of the more developed nations' journeys. Members may be familiar with the tagline, 1.5 to stay alive, the call to keep global warming to a maximum increase of 1.5 degrees centigrade to try to prevent some of the more catastrophic impacts. We need to accelerate our plans globally and have a paradigm shift to get back on the path to achieve that objective, Mr. Speaker. The evidence is clear that we will still see impacts at that level of temperature increase, but these impacts are potentially more manageable than what is projected to occur with greater temperature increases. Making that paradigm shift, Mr. Speaker, is not easy, and it will certainly come with significant cost. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the cost of doing nothing, however, will be significantly greater. We also need to recognize that with those costs come opportunities. By embracing sustainability and climate resiliency, the world will see the development of new technologies and the emergence of entire new industries. I share the hope, Mr. Speaker, expressed by Sir David Attenborough at the opening of COP26, that we can turn tragedy into triumph and work together to save the planet. It is my government's hope and vision to be part of that solution, Mr. Speaker, and so it is our government's intention to provide an increased emphasis on getting the Cayman Islands prepared with a focus on climate resiliency as part of our overall sustainability agenda. To that end, our government has established and funded the new Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency to help us deliver change in these important focus areas. Mr. Speaker, part of the purpose of this statement is for me to outline the exceptional circumstances that arose and led to the need for this supplementary appropriation. Members may recall that the approval of this current year's budget took place in late 2019, when the 2020 to 2021 budget was approved well before this year's general elections. So the approved budget could not possibly have anticipated or reflected any post-election changes. As a new ministry, which was created some 18 months into the 24-month budget period, there were no funds appropriated in the current budget to support the new ministry, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, there arose the exceptional circumstances and the associated need for cabinet approval of the supplementary funds to create the new ministry. While the ministry is utilizing some shared core resources in the areas of finance, human resources, and communications, there is still a need for dedicated policy staff and additional finance and administrative support. The proposed staff complement of the ministry will include a chief officer and deputy chief officer, 5 policy staff, 2 additional finance staff, and 1 administrative role. The chief officer and 3 of the policy staff were transferred from other ministries and portfolios, and recruitment is underway for the other roles. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, Cabinet has authorized the increase and transfer in accordance with the 2021 budget appropriations via Section 11.5 to support the creation of the new Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency. For output SCR1 policy administration, an amount of $849,624 has been approved, as well as an equity injection under EI 84 of $20,000 for equipment purchases, such as computers. In considering this allocation, Mr. Speaker, Cabinet was advised by the Ministry of Finance that this expenditure would be included in the forecast to the end of the 2021 financial year, and it would be included in the supplementary appropriation bill when that is brought to Parliament for consideration. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity again to thank my PAC government colleagues for their support in creating this new ministry, and I look forward to working with ministers on both sides and members of both sides of this House and the community to secure a more sustainable and climate resilient future for our beloved Cayman Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister of Education. The Honorable Minister of Education and District Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 Section 11.5 statements that I wish to make. Mr. Speaker, as required by Section 11.6 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision, I make this statement to the members of this Honourable House with respect to the exceptional circumstance transactions that were approved in Cabinet for the said Minister of Education for the period 1st July to the 23rd of November 2021. As such transactions were approved pursuant to Section 11.5 of the PMFA. This statement provides details of the aforementioned transactions: EGA 5, primary education; EGA 6, secondary education; and EGA 7, education for students with special needs. Mr. Speaker, funding gaps were identified in order to cover costs for the last quarter in 2021. Due to the unfunded COLA, the high number of temporary staff required to cover vacant posts, and the increase in CUC rates. The funds allocated for this appropriation were deemed insufficient to cover all the costs for 2021. Savings were identified in EI 12, Ministry of Education, from the new John Gray High School project due to the resource unavailability resulting from global supply chain delays in the areas of glass, extruded aluminum, and concrete. Approval was given in Cabinet for the following: a decrease in EI 12, Ministry of Education, by 1.275 million, increase in EGA 5, Primary Education, 325,000, increase in EGA 6, Secondary Education, by 900,000, an increase in EGA 7, Education for Students with Special Needs, by 50,000. EGA 8, Facilities Management and Operational School Support Services. Mr. Speaker, funding gaps were also identified in order to cover costs for the last quarter of 2021. Due to repairs required on some of our aging school buildings, which were damaged by the 2 recent storms, and the increase in transportation costs for our students, funds allocated for this appropriation was deemed insufficient to cover all the costs for 2021. Savings were identified again in EI 12, Ministry of Education, New John Gray High School project, for the same reasons of unavailability resulting from global supply chain delays, as aforementioned mentioned. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, approval was given in Cabinet by virtue of Section 11.5 PMFA 2020 revision to increase EGA 8 Facilities Management and Operational School Support Services by 1.85 million and decrease EI 12 by the said amount. EGA 10 Education, Early Childhood and Support Services. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry, having reviewed the function of the Department of Education Services and realized that there were some functions currently being undertaken at the ministerial level that would be best aligned to that of the Department of Education Services. The Ministry, in maintaining its focus on national education, decided to transfer the post of 3 subject specialists and a child protection safeguarding liaison officer to the Department of Education Services. The budget associated with these posts, being $161,226, represents the 5 months of the related staff costs. Approval was given by Cabinet by virtue of Section 11.5 on the PMFA 2020 revision to increase EGA 10 Education, Early Childhood and Support Services by $161,226 and decrease EGA 1 Policy Advice, Governance and Ministerial Support Services by $161,226. NGS 34, Primary and Secondary Educations by Private Schools. Mr. Speaker, approval was granted to reinstate funding provided under TP 93, private and public school grants under Section 12 of the PMFA 2020 revision. The disbursement of funds will be dispersed under purchase agreement signed by each private school through NGS 34. Approval again was given in Cabinet to transfer private school grants funding of $1 million from TP 93 to NGS 34 via Sections 11.5 and 11.6 of the PMFA 2020 revision. CCO1, Teaching of Tertiary Level Professional and Vocational Programs. Mr. Speaker, the Board of Governors of the University College of the Cayman Islands, UCCI, has various operational functions as part of its remit under the said law. In line with the fees provided to board members or other statutory authorities, the need existed for a change of the board fee structure at the UCCI. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the internal audit unit will be conducting HR audit at the UCCI as a basis for making improvements in the operations at the University College. The contract of the President and CEO of the UCCI expires in December 2021. The post holder is a non-Caymanian, and in accordance with the recommendation of the Solicitor General's Office, the post will be advertised in line with the Public Authorities Act. The additional funds required to meet the cost of the matters outlined above resulted in an increase in appropriations to UCCI in the amount of $251,809. Cabinet gave approval for the said amount by increasing CCO1, teaching of tertiary level, professional and vocational programs by $251,809 and decreased TP 30, local and overseas scholarships by the said amount as there were savings in the scholarship appropriation. Mr. Speaker, this has not in any way, shape, form, or fashion affected negatively the awards of any scholarships, be it local or overseas. TP 6-1, Student Enrichment and Support Services. Mr. Speaker, the 2020 Christmas holiday period was extended by 2 weeks in order for educators who travel to satisfy certain COVID-related activities. With school reopening on the 18th day of January 2021, the extended after-school program was needed to accommodate students during this time. This additional use of the extended after-school program has resulted in a shortfall of $24,724 in the funds budgeted for 2021 under TP 6-1. Savings have been identified in TP 97, Education, Agriculture, and Land Services, COVID response and recovery resulting from surplus left over after all grants requested under this TP were paid out. Cabinet gave its approval by virtue of Section 11.5 of the PMFA 2020 revision to increase TP 6-1, Student Enrichment and Support Services, by $24,724 and decrease TP 97, Education, Agriculture, and Land Services, COVID response and recovery, by the said amount. Mr. Speaker, that concludes the appropriations that were done under exceptional circumstances, which have resulted in the supplementary appropriations being requested by the Ministry of Education for the period of July 1 to the 23rd of November 2021. Moving on now, Mr. Speaker, to the exceptional circumstances for the Ministry of DAL, District Administration and Lands. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet was asked to consider the following requests for reallocation within the Ministry of District Administration and Lands appropriation lines so as to satisfy the 2021 expenditure needs as follows. Sister Islands Home Repairs Assistance. Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, Mr. Speaker, do not have the same support framework as of teens on Grand Cayman. As such, provisions of assistance of home repairs is extended to residents in the Sister Islands through TP 6-6, Sister Islands Home Repairs Assistance. This assistance has been significant in assisting indigent persons with necessary home repairs. The funding needed in order to ensure that there was a continuation of the program. The result is an increase of $144,000 for TP 6-6, Sister Islands Home Repairs Assistance, and a corresponding decrease of EA 139 Little Cayman Boat Ramp by $144,000 as there is projected savings in this appropriation. Sister Islands Beaches and Community Cleanup Program. This program engages many unemployed Cayman Brac and Little Cayman residents with gainful and meaningful employment to maintain the beauty and the picturesque nature of the islands. This program is vital, Mr. Speaker, as it allows unemployed Caymanians in the sister islands to obtain gainful employment while also understanding the vital task of a full work week. The funding is needed in order to ensure the continuation of the program, which will result in an increase of 100,000 for TP 86, and this was approved by Cabinet, Mr. Speaker. There was a projected savings from the Little Cayman boat ramp of the 100,000, and this was what was used for this to become a reality for the cleanup crew. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to explain the exceptional circumstances which have resulted in the request for the supplementary appropriations initiated by the Ministry of DAL for 2021 fiscal year by virtue of Section 11.5 of the Public Management Finance Act 2020 revision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have a statement from the Honorable the Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a statement in accordance with Section 11.6 of the Public Management and Finance Act in relation to Section 11.5 appropriations during the 2021 fiscal year. As per the law that reads, where in exceptional circumstances, Chris. Forgive me, Mr. Speaker. I provided a copy of the statements for everybody. Whereas the law says, where exceptional circumstances has occurred during a financial year, the Cabinet may authorize executive financial transactions for which no appropriation exists if the executive financial transactions directly relate to an attempt to remedy the effects of the exceptional circumstances, and B, the total amount authorized is no more than 5% of the budgeted executive revenue for the financial year. Mr. Speaker, from January 1st to the 14th of April 2021, Mr. Speaker, the TP 67 Sports and Culture Tourism Programs Assistance was increased by $27 million in order to assist with providing financial assistance to displaced tourism employees that has been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting closure of the Cayman Islands borders. As of the 14th of April and onwards, the appropriation TP 67 Sports and Culture Tourism Programs Assistance was increased by $2 million in order to assist with providing financial assistance to displaced tourism employees that yet again have been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting closure of the Cayman Islands borders. This increase was funded by a decrease in DAT 15, tourism, advertising activities, marketing, and public relations, sales, promotions. Mr. Speaker, NGS 7, management of small business development, was increased by $110,000 in order to assist with providing financial assistance to the Stingray City Feeding and Interaction Program. This increase was funded by a decrease in the same amount in DAT 16, support for local tourism providers and public education programs. The appropriation TAB 1, management of Pedro St. James National Historic Site, was increased by $100,000 in order to assist with the shortfalls between expenses and revenues that have been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and resulting closure of the Cayman Islands borders. This increase was funded by the decrease in the said amount in DAT 16, support for local tourism providers and public education programs. Mr. Speaker, also the TAB 2, management of Queen Elizabeth II Botanic Park, was increased by $340,000 in order to assist with the shortfalls again between expenses and revenues due to the effect by the COVID-19 pandemic and resulting closure of the Cayman Islands borders. This increase was funded by a decrease in the said amount in DAT 16, support for local tourism providers and public education programs. The appropriation TP 67, sports and culture tourism programs assistance, was increased by $5.4 million in order to continue to assist with providing financial assistance to displaced tourism employees that have been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and resulting closure of the Cayman Islands borders. This increase was funded by the decrease in the said amount in EA 85, Ministry of Home Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic is an event that was unforeseen and could not have been planned for. And as such, Mr. Speaker, I believe that these COVID-19 related expenses just mentioned meet the threshold of exceptional circumstances outlined in the Public Management and Finance Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I also have a statement with the Honorable the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand on the floor today to express my deepest condolences to all of the families and loved ones of those who have lost their family members in the last few days. But, Mr. Speaker, especially to the family of the young man in our community who passed away yesterday. Our young people, especially, Mr. Speaker, are the future of our tiny nation, and there is nothing more tragic to hear than one who has just gone too soon. We live on an island. Almost everyone knows each other, be it directly or indirectly. So any loss, Mr. Speaker, has an impact on each and every one of us. We are living in complex times, and unfortunately, it is normal for people of all ages, genders, income brackets, and ethnicities to feel anxious and worried and insecure what tomorrow may bring, especially in the face of this ongoing impacts of the pandemic. Pressures of work-life balance, Mr. Speaker, fear for the loss of income or their jobs, bullying, plus, Mr. Speaker, we are in the Christmas holiday season. What we may have been accustomed to spending and the way we would normally celebrate, reality that it may not be an option this year as it was last year, may bring additional strains in the homes. As such, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge everyone to look at the fact that we are alive, and every dawn brings hope for a better tomorrow. To anyone in the community currently experiencing these emotions, or even feeling overwhelmed by them, I urge you to reach out now to someone for assistance. Reaching out for help does not make you look weak. It doesn't make you less of a person or mean you have failed yourself or anyone. So do not be afraid. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to say thanks to the service of all of the wonderful volunteers who give of their time and invest in making themselves available. Help is just a phone call away at the mental health helpline. And that number is 1-800-534-6463. The Health Services Authority offers outpatient mental health services such as counseling for those who are in need. The Counseling Center with the government's Department of Counseling Services also works to promote, support, and enhance mental health and well-being within the community. The telephone number is 949-8789. Mr. Speaker, this is only a brief outline of the services available in the public sector and does not touch on those in the private sphere and the wider community. I would like to end by reconfirming that my ministry is committed, Mr. Speaker, to doing all that it can to make all aspects of health and wellness, including mental well-being, as widely accessible as possible to our people. We believe that this is our duty to ourselves, our community, and most of all to the young people who will help to build an even brighter future for the Cayman Islands. Thank you for your indulgence.
I understand you have another statement.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do.
Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity, in accordance with Section 11.6 of the Public Management Act 2020 revision, to bring to the attention of this honorable Parliament the details of the appropriation changes approved by Cabinet for the Ministry of Health and Wellness in accordance with Section 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 during the 2021 financial year. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry has had 3 such changes during 2021 financial year as follows. January 2021, Mr. Speaker, has been the case with other entities at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020. The Ministry sought to alleviate the immediate needs of the island's most vulnerable. As such, programs for grants to local musicians and health insurance assistance payments were introduced. These initiatives were serviced through the line item TP73, Other Health and Cultural Program Assistance. Mr. Speaker, TP73 is primarily used to provide one-off grants for community initiatives falling within the remit of the Ministry. For the fiscal year 2021, the Ministry received a budget appropriation for TP73 in the amount of CI 482,500 and a subsequent revised appropriation of CI 965,000 when the financial year 2021 funding was brought forward into the financial year 2020 to meet immediate needs caused by the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, notable initiatives that the Ministry undertook using TP73 funding during the period are as follows. Purchase of masks, which were distributed to frontline workers, children, and other vulnerable persons. Musician grants to full-time and part-time entertainers, musicians who experienced financial setbacks due to their inability to perform. This was a one-time payment that was dispersed in May from May to June of 2020. Artist grants. Through the Cayman National Cultural Foundation, the National Gallery of Artists who were struggling as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and Health Insurance Premium Payment Assistance Program. This was administered by the Department of Health Regulatory Services in 3 separate tranches from March to June of 2021, July to September 2021, and October to December 2021. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to let those persons know that we are extending the continuation of that for the next 3 months. Mr. Speaker, the ministry received approval from Cabinet in January of 2021 for a reallocation of funding from the EI 53 Ministry of Health, Environment, Culture, and Housing appropriation into TP 73. Other health and cultural program assistance to cover the additional unexpected expenditures caused by the impact of the pandemic to those most vulnerable amongst us. 2, August 2021. Mr. Speaker, TP 73 is primarily used to provide one-off grants for community initiatives falling within the remit of the ministry. Now, despite being one of the larger ministries, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health has historically had a lower TP budget as compared to other ministries. The pandemic and resulting economic downturn created the need to extend more financial assistance within our community, while the subject of culture, dealing with local artists and musicians, was transferred post the general election. Health insurance premium assistance requests have remained steady. Mr. Speaker, the resulting effects was almost exhausted TP balance as of the 30th of June 2021. Mr. Speaker, between January and June of 2021, $972,343 was spent to provide financial support to those who requested assistance under the ministry's grant schemes. Now, with a balance of only $14,920, a request was made in August 2021 to Cabinet for the reimbursement of funds related to COVID-19 pandemic initiatives. Given that $814,639, or 83.78% of the total amount spent directly related to the ministry's response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the initiatives designed to meet the needs created by the pandemic, with a breakdown noted as the health insurance premium payment of $591,639 and musician grants of $223,000. Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of the pandemic to date, the staff in the ministry and its relevant departments have been diligent in ensuring that applicants are provided with the relevant support. Ultimately, over 1,700 persons have received requested assistance thus far. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet approved the reimbursement of COVID-19 related payments for January to June 2021 from Appropriation OE 140, COVID-19 Response and Recovery to Appropriation TP 73, Other Health and Cultural Program Assistance. In August 2021, to ensure that the ministry was able to continue providing aid to those who needed it. The reimbursement was used in particular to fund the continuation of the Health Insurance Premiums Assistance Program, which was publicly announced was extended for a further 3 months from July to September 2021. Mr. Speaker, while the ministry initially sought reimbursement of the full COVID-19 related payments of $814,639 to be able to adequately fund the continuation of the program until the end of this year as announced, Due to insufficient funds available under OE 140, approval was only sought for the available funding of $150,000 of supplementary funding at the time. That was until the Ministry of Finance secured additional funding. Mr. Speaker, the $150,000 in supplementary funding was only sufficient to cover 1 month's health insurance premium payment for July 2021. The ministry subsequently sought approval for supplementary funding for the additional COVID-19 related payments of $664,639 through Section 12 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision, which, Mr. Speaker, was subsequently received. Number 3, November 2021. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in November 2021, the ministry sought an additional reallocation of funding under Section 11.5 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. As with other relevant entities, the departments and units under the Ministry of Health and Wellness continue to focus efforts on managing the effects of SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19 pandemic, with programs and initiatives that enhance current prevention, control, and suppression of COVID-19 regulations. One such undertaking, Mr. Speaker, is the use of FlowFlex antigen rapid test, otherwise referred to as lateral flow test, which is now included in our national testing protocols for the purpose of screening and surveillance of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has demonstrated the capability to spread rapidly, leading to significant impacts on healthcare systems around the world and causing societal disruptions. To respond effectively to the outbreaks of this disease, rapid detection of cases and contacts is critical, in conjunction with appropriate clinical management and infection control and the implementation of community mitigation efforts. As such, Mr. Speaker, approval was sought from Cabinet for supplementary funds to top up TP 73 to purchase 500,000 lateral flow test kits sourced by my ministry on an exceptional circumstances basis, in accordance with the Procurement Act 2016 and Procurement Regulations 2018 and the principles therein. It was agreed to reallocate CI $1,275,000 from EI 53, Ministry of Health and Wellness, to TP 73 once the funding from OE 140 became unavailable. Mr. Speaker, to satisfy this transaction, the Ministry of Health and Wellness utilized some of its capital funding appropriated to the long-term residential mental health facility. Clarification was sought from the project manager of the long-term mental health facility as to the project's cash flows to the 31st of December 2021 in order to ascertain feasibility to utilize the funding appropriated to this priority project. Now, the project's manager projected spend to the end of this fiscal year indicated that the transfer would be feasible. Mr. Speaker, at the time of the request to Cabinet, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development was consulted and advised that Section 11.5 of the Act gives Cabinet the authority to approve up to 5% of the budgeted executive revenue as supplementary funding in each financial year, which is equivalent to $42.5 million for the 2021 financial year. The change in appropriations that was proposed did not impact the forecast closing cash balances to the end of 2021 financial year, but will increase the forecast operating expenses, decrease the forecast capital expenditure, and has the potential to increase the forecast operating deficit to the end of the 2021 financial year. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet's approval of the reallocation of funding enabled the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the Cayman Islands government to fulfill its obligations to the procurement order of 500,000 lateral flow tests from a local supplier. The payment has been made, and we are awaiting a delivery of the shipment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for affording me this opportunity to explain the exceptional circumstance appropriation changes for the year 2020-21 fiscal financial year in accordance to Section 11.6.
Clerk. No, that's a statement. You. The Honorable the Minister of Finance.
Like little rickety one, but that's fine. Chris, just hand these out to me, please. Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to, Mr. Speaker, just wanted to provide an update on the Cayman Islands population and census, housing census. As you're aware, Mr. Speaker, members of this Honorable House, the Census Office began the population housing census 2021 in October, and I trust that all members of this Parliament have already been enumerated or taken the steps to do so very soon. Colleagues, it's incumbent on all of us. Thanks, Premier. Colleagues, it's incumbent upon me to update this Parliament on where we are with regards to the census. Firstly, the census is fully complete only when all residents of these islands are counted. Approximately 650 persons were invited to join the census team. 451 persons answered the call to count the population of the Cayman Islands. After 8 weeks of enumeration, and despite the numerous challenges, including the community spread of COVID-19, we can now see the light at the end of the tunnel. After 8 weeks, 95.3% of households were visited and counted for a non-institutional population of 63,187 persons to date. We have just about 5% remaining, and enumeration will continue until we obtain 100%. Just to give a brief update, Mr. Speaker, to date, we have visited 38,266 households, and it is estimated that there are 40,173 households. I am pleased to report to this Honorable Parliament that the Sister Islands have been completed 100%. Eastern is at 97%, Bordentown is at 96.3%, West Bay is at 96.4%, Northside is at 94.9%, and Georgetown, the largest district, is at 93.8%, Mr. Speaker. Honourable members of this Parliament, I'm asking you to join me in a public appeal for all residents of these islands to participate in the census exercise. This is an excellent opportunity for us to collect this data and implement policies and programs geared to enhance the lives of Caymanians and residents of these blessed islands. Members, I want you all to join me also in thanking all the census workers for their tenacity, professionalism, endurance, and the residents of these islands for sharing their stories and data with the census workers to make a better Cayman. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, we need information to make informed decisions. And a lot of the questions included on this year's census is focused on quality of life also. And these are information that we need to determine what policies we'll need to make our islands better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I would like to ask the members of this House to join myself in thanking and congratulating Mr. Curtis Connor, who has retired today, will be his last day as a fireman in the BRAC. And to reach 30 years in an honorable profession, giving it his all, I'd like to wish him well for the rest of his retired life, good health, and fun with his family. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me to highlight a hard-working fireman who has decided to hang up the hard hat. Thank you very much.
Personal explanations,
None.
obituary and other ceremonial speeches,
None.
raising of matters of privileges,
None.
government business, bills, third reading, appropriation, financial years 2022 and 2023, Bill 2021.
The Honorable the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr.
Are we-
Speaker.
Before you begin, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I'm asking for us to, under section 14.4 of our standing orders, to defer this matter to a later point on the agenda.
Question is that the appropriation financial years 2022 and 2023 bill 2023 third reading be done later on this evening. He didn't do it yet? No, he was waiting. Oh, I thought that's what he, you sure? Let me start that again. The question is that we allow the third reading of the appropriation financial year 2022 and 2023 bill 2021 to be done sometime later this evening. All in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. They have one too? Who did make us know? Honorable members, we need to revert back to statements. The Honorable the Minister of Financial Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for reverting back. And thank you for remembering me. Mr. Speaker, as required by Section 11.6 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision, I make this statement to members of this Honorable House with respect to the exceptional circumstance transactions that were approved by Cabinet for the former ministry-styled international trade, investment, Aviation, and Maritime Affairs during the 2021 financial year. Such transactions were approved pursuant to Section 11.5 of the Act. Mr. Speaker, as this transaction was approved by Cabinet in January of this year, and subsequent to the election, the responsibility for the proposed overseas offices for Europe, North America, and Asia were transferred to the Ministry of Financial Services and Commerce. I am delivering this statement as the Minister for Financial Services and Commerce. Mr. Speaker, in January of this year, the Cabinet considered a request for the establishment of proposed overseas offices to be physically based in Brussels, Washington, D.C., and Hong Kong. These three proposed offices were then viewed as important to fulfilling three strategic objectives: enhancing the reputation of the Cayman Islands, advancing the economic and political interest of the government, the people, and the business community of the Cayman Islands, and make it easier for potential overseas investors to do business in the Cayman Islands economy. The overall estimated cost of these three proposed offices in 2021 was $2.5 million. This was broken down into an amount of $500,000 for the first 3 months of 2021 to be covered by a Section 11.5 transfer, and an amount of $2 million to be covered by a Section 12 transfer of funds. The funding of the $500,000 via Section 11.5 and Section 11.6 transfer was presumably made by reallocating funding within the then Ministry of International Trade, Investment, Aviation, and Maritime Affairs to a new output entitled ITI-1, International Engagement and Representation of the Cayman Islands. Leading up to the recent election, I'm advised that this funding was used to retain professional advisors in each of the target jurisdictions to advise on various tax and immigration-related issues that would affect the establishment of the proposed offices. A recruitment exercise was also conducted, Mr. Speaker, and several individuals were hired for each of these three proposed offices. Mr. Speaker, as this decision was taken by the former cabinet, for which I was not a party, naturally I can't speak to all of the considerations that went into the decision that was deemed as an exceptional circumstance. However, available records indicate that the challenges that were being faced by the financial services industry at the time, were considered as part of the rationale for the establishment of these offices and as an exceptional circumstance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence to explain this transaction in accordance with Section 11.6 of the Act.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a statement pursuant to Section 11.6 of the Public Management and Finance Act. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to 11.6 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision, I made a statement to members of this Honorable House regarding exceptional circumstances which were approved by the Cabinet for judicial administration during the 2021 financial year that ends as of December 2021. Mr. Speaker, the exceptional circumstances required making changes to the 2021 appropriation, which I shall briefly explain. Judicial administration, Mr. Speaker, has been operating a case management system from 1999, which is reaching the end of its useful life. As a result, sir, implementation of a new platform is required before the end of 2022. The plan, Mr. Speaker, is for a more modern platform which utilizes a Microsoft operating system and seeks to introduce required updated hardware and software to support the organization. The judicial administration requires a highly integrated modern case management system that provides secure access to parties and case data across the entire justice system, Mr. Speaker, in order to achieve its mandate. To facilitate a new platform, judicial administration had to replace the aging hardware and upgrade its IT infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. This is critical in order to avert a service failure and to facilitate robust business continuity throughout this modern platform, particularly in the context, in the event, Mr. Speaker, of having to resume business as an essential service after and during a disaster as experienced during the COVID-19 breakdown. Funding, Mr. Speaker, includes case management system, database and application, implementation cost, hardware, infrastructure upgrades, and reconfiguration. It also includes software upgrades, depreciation, and contingency planning. The additional funding required in 2021 totaled $1.033.668 million, Mr. Speaker. And internal savings of the similar amount were identified within Judicial Administration's 2021 appropriations. The following changes were approved by Cabinet via Section 11.5 as a result. Increase appropriations, E121, Judicial Administration, $800,000.094. JD2, Support for Court Proceedings, $233,574. Total appropriation increase, $1,033,668. B, decrease appropriation, EA 145 Courthouse, $1,033,668, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this sets out the exceptional circumstances for the supplementary funding approved by the Cabinet for Judicial Administration during the 2021 financial year. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make this statement in accordance with Section 11.6 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision regarding a recent Cabinet decision under Section 11.5 to allocate supplementary funding to facilitate the payment by government in relation to a judicial review of a previous Cabinet decision regarding a coastal work permit application. By way of background, Mr. Speaker, and in order to give some context to the statement, it would be best to give a bit of background with your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Marcus Comber, the applicant and the private landowner in the Salt Creek Canal area, had previously submitted 2 applications for coastal work permit offshore of his property. The first application in 2014 was refused by Cabinet. The second application was submitted in early 2018, but was later withdrawn by Mr. Comber. Mr. Speaker, in July 2018, the applicant submitted a third coastal work permit application to the Ministry of Environment, as it was known then. The applicant's agent states that the third submission had been revised in an attempt to address the concern of the objectors of the second application. This third application was processed in the usual manner and submitted to Cabinet for consideration and decision. At a meeting of Cabinet held on 11th of December 2018, Mr. Speaker, Cabinet granted approval for the issuance of a coastal works permit to Mr. Comber for the construction of a private residential dock and cabana. The permit was issued by the then ministry on the 17th of January 2019. Reason for the exceptional circumstances. Following the issuance of the permit, Mr. Speaker, on the 27th of March 2019, the proprietors of Strata Plan number 405 Salt Creek, an objector to the third application for the permit, filed an ex parte application for leave to apply for judicial review of the decision of Cabinet that was made on the 11th of December 2018. And that decision, as he said, was to grant approval to the coastal work permit application by Mr. Comber. So on the 13th of May 2019, the Grand Court granted leave for the strata to apply for judicial review of the decision. Mr. Speaker, the matter was then heard by the Grand Court on the 14th of October 2020, and on the 22nd of June 2021, the court quashed the Cabinet's decision and ordered Cayman Islands government to pay the applicant's cost. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the exceptional circumstances for which this payment is required arose as a result of the order of the Grand Court made in the legal challenge. In order to comply with the order of the Grand Court, Mr. Speaker, Cabinet authorized the reallocation of funds in the 2021 budget appropriation via Section 11.5 to facilitate payment of the claimant's cost, Mr. Speaker. Funding for output SCR1, Policy and Administration, Ministry of Sustainability and Climate Resiliency, was decreased by an amount of $110,000, and OE 105, Settlement of Claims, was increased by the same amount, Mr. Speaker. In consideration or considering this allocation, Cabinet was advised by the Ministry of Finance that these appropriation changes will not impact the government's forecast financial results for 2021 financial year, as they only involve the transfer of planned operating expenses from one category to another. This reallocation of expenditure would be included in the forecast expenditure to the end of the 2021 financial year, and it will be included in the 2021 supplementary appropriation bill when the bill is brought to Parliament for consideration. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that the agreed costs were paid by government. I would also like to advise Mr. Speaker that the application, along with its supporting documents and the judgment of the court, were recirculated to the government agencies, relevant government agencies for review and comments, and all are now in train to be resubmitted to the Cabinet as directed by the judgment of the Grand Court for consideration and decision. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Government business, bills, first readings. Public Service Pensions Amendment and Validation Bill 2021.
Bill has been deemed to have been read the first time. It's now set down for the second reading.
Companies Amendment Bill 2021.
The bill has been deemed to have been read a first time and is now set down for the second reading.
Second readings. Public Service Pensions Amendment and Validation Bill 2021.
The Honorable Deputy Governor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of a bill entitled the Public Service Pension Amendment and Validation Bill 2021.
The bill has been duly moved. Is the Honorable Deputy Governor speaking thereto?
Mr. Speaker, very briefly, it's very technical changes. Mr. Speaker, the bill before you brings forward some simple clarity and slight revisions to the Public Service Pensions Act 2021 revision that confirms the intent and work undertaken previously to best serve plan members participating in the public service pensions plan. Change of definition to credit rate of return. Mr. Speaker, when the government enacted the Public Service Pensions Amendments Law 2019, it brought about several very meaningful improvements to the public service pension plan. One of those improvements was changing the definition of the credited rate of return for the plan. To elaborate a bit, the credit rate of return is the rate at which interest is applied to individual pension plan member accounts. Prior to the amendment law, this rate was calculated on an annual basis, and it was done by calculating the average of the rates of return received on investment for the previous 3 years, net of expenses. Once the annual rate was calculated, Once the annual rate was calculated, a full year's interest was added to the account's balances. The important change that was made was that the credit rate of return would be calculated on a quarterly basis instead of annually. This then means that account balances would now be credited on a quarterly basis as well. Mr. Speaker, this was an important change because of moving to a quarterly update instead of an annual one. It ensures that plan member pension accounts are updated more regularly and allows an even better approach to actual returns being smoothed to address the effects of market volatility. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill being presented today is to confirm the definition of the credited rate of return and to validate all of the work that has been done to date to ensure that pension plan members receive the full benefit of the definition of the credited rate of return. It ensures that the application of interest is undertaken on a quarterly basis and covers the net returns of the 11 quarters immediately preceding that calendar quarter, given a 3-year window to properly smooth market volatility while adding value growth to member accounts. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I commit this bill to the House. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? The member for Georgetown North, the deputy leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise just to say a few short words on the Public Service Pensions Amendment and Validation Bill 2021. Mr. Speaker, we received in-depth and extensive explanation on this prior to demitting office, and as we understood, the practice prior to the change in the law was that the rate of return was done on a quarterly basis, and that yes, this would lower your exposure or lower the exposure of the pension by calculating it on a quarterly basis, and in fact, in most cases, have a better rate of return. So we are in full support of this, Mr. Speaker, and we thank the Deputy Governor for bringing this to the House.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I'll call on the mover for his right of reply. Honorable Deputy Governor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Just to thank all members for their support. Thank you.
Question is, the bill shortly entitled Public Service Pensions Amendment and Validation Bill 2021 be given a second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The Public Service Pensions Amendment and Validation Bill 2021 has been given a second reading.
Companies Amendment Bill 2021.
The Honorable Minister for Financial Services, Commerce.
Mr. Speaker, just before I begin, I recognize that my presentation will be more extensive than the Deputy Governor's, and I didn't know if you would want to afford members the opportunity of an evening break.
A break?
An evening break.
No, Honorable Minister, we're not breaking this evening.
Okay? I just thought I'd be polite to
We
ask.
need to move quickly now.
I just thought I did it as a courtesy.
If any member feels the need to have a break, they can do so, but we need to move along.
Okay.
And if I need a break, will you all sit there till I take my break? Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of a bill entitled the Companies Amendment Bill 2021.
Has been duly moved. Is a member, as he indicated, speaking to?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the government to present the bill to amend Part 5 of the Companies Act. The bill is intended to attract and maintain restructuring and insolvency business in the islands. In doing so, it keeps the Companies Act at the cutting edge, but at its heart, it creates opportunities for local restructuring and insolvency firms and therefore economic activity for our people. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, the bill will improve the Cayman Islands' competitiveness by allowing a company to restructure under the supervision of a restructuring officer and by providing a stay on creditor action where a company is restructuring. The bill will also provide for other incidental and connected purposes. Mr. Speaker, before I present the details of the bill, please allow me to outline the ministry's consultation. The bill concludes a process that the Ministry of Financial Services and Commerce is very proud of, as it aligns with the ministry's vision of being a globally respected financial services center of excellence. It is a strong example of the government and industry stakeholders working together to resolve the issues this bill addresses in a manner that benefits industry and the people of the Cayman Islands. We work together because we want the same thing, to see Cayman succeed. Mr. Speaker, the bill stems from proposals made by insolvency practitioners participating in the Financial Services Legislative Committee's Companies Act Subcommittee. The committee's role is commercial. It reviews and proposes legislation that is intended to give Cayman commercial advantages. These proposals address our restructuring regime's deficiencies, recommend features to make our restructuring insolvency regimes more attractive in comparison with other jurisdictions, and advance the need for improved access to insolvency and restructuring proceedings. Mr. Speaker, the proposals were then subject to an extensive legislative process by the ministry in consultation and engagement with various stakeholders whose value input was considered during the drafting of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I will touch on the three main concerns the Company Act will be addressed, that this bill seeks to remedy. First, it remedies an optical deficiency that potentially deters persons from using Cayman's restructuring regime. Number two, it enhances the recognition and enforcement of our regime in other jurisdictions. And third, lastly, it clarifies directors' standing to access the regime. A bit more, Mr. Speaker, on the optical deficiency that's happening now. Before a company experiencing financial difficulties can obtain a stay against creditor actions, a stay that would allow it to restructure its debt and present a compromise or arrangement to its creditors, in a move that could rescue the company as a going concern, it must, 1, present a winding up petition, and 2, then file a petition to the court for a provisional liquidator to be appointed. It is not intuitive to potential users of the restructuring regime, and therefore unclear that the provisional liquidator's aim is to rescue and not liquidate the company. By having the restructuring regime being proposed, connected to a company in its winding up proceedings, our restructuring regime gets over that optical deficiency, that there are other options. Mr. Speaker, the bill therefore separates the restructuring regime from the winding up procedures, thereby removing the optical deficiency that has the potential to deter business from our islands. Recognition, Mr. Speaker, was also recognition and enforcement, as I mentioned, was also the second concern. The restructuring and rescue of a Cayman Islands company can and does take place in an international context. The assets and liabilities of the company may be in different countries, and the company's creditors can also be based elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, it's therefore important that our regimes can be recognized and enforced in other jurisdictions, and also that they contain the preferred features of restructuring regimes that are available in competitor jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, the new, quote, company restructuring, end quote, sections 91A to 91J are included in Part 5 of the Companies Act to ensure there are proceedings pursuant to a law relating to insolvency. This specific placement increases the likelihood that our regime will be recognized in jurisdictions including the United States of America, the United Kingdom, and Singapore, to name a few, that have implemented the UN Commission on International Trade law, model law on cross-border insolvency. Mr. Speaker, by replicating the preferred features of the competing regimes, Cayman can attract the company to deciding where to file its restructuring proceedings. Regarding the concern of standing to access the regimes, Mr. Speaker, the current route for directors to present a winding up petition and thereafter access insolvency and restructuring proceedings depends on the company's incorporation date. Mr. Speaker, under the existing act, companies incorporated after 1 March 2009 have greater access than those incorporated before that date, because they can include an express provision in their articles of association that allows the directors to present a winding up petition without requiring a shareholder resolution. Mr. Speaker, the bill addresses this inconsistency by enabling all existing Cayman Islands companies to opt in to the regime, allowing the directors to present a winding up petition and thereafter apply for the appointment of provisional liquidators without requiring a shareholder resolution. Mr. Speaker, the bill is arranged into 17 clauses that I'd like to take yourself and the Honorable House through. Clause 1 of the bill provides a short title and commencement of the legislation. Clause 2 amends Section 86 of the Principal Act to provide for a restructuring officer appointed in respect of the company to promote a scheme of arrangement. The clause also amends Section 86 by removing the requirement for a head count of the majority of the members of or class of members of a company when voting on shareholder schemes of arrangement. Clause 2 further provides for a head count of the majority of the members or class of members of a company when voting on creditor schemes. Clause 3 deletes the heading in Part 5 of the Principal Act and substitutes a new heading entitled, quote, Part 5, Company Restructuring and Winding Up of Companies and Associations, end quote. As a consequence of the proposed new division heading and sections in Clause 4 of this legislation. Clause 4, which is the central amendment, inserts a new division immediately after Section 91 of the Principal Act, entitled, quote, Company Restructuring, end quote, which contains Sections 91A, 91B, 91C, 91D, 91E, 91F, 91G, 91H, and 91J. These sections create the new standalone restructuring regime. Going in order of the sections of Clause 4, starting with Section 91A, defines the company, quote, for the purposes of the new sections, as any company liable to be wound up under Section 91, or any other entity or partnership to which the provisions of Part 5 apply in respect of the entities or partnerships winding up. 91B provides for the appointment of a restructuring officer by the court on the petition of a company where the company is or is likely to become unable to pay its debts within the meaning of Section 93 and intends to present a compromise or arrangement to its creditors or classes thereof, either pursuant to the Principal Act, the law of a foreign country, or by way of consensual restructuring. A petition under this section may be presented by a company acting by its directors without resolution of its members or an express power in its articles of association. This provides timelier access and also improves access to the regime for the company. Section 91B further requires the court to set in its order appointing the restructuring officer, the manner and the time within which the restructuring officer shall give notice of the restructuring officer's appointment, the manner and the extent to which the powers and functions of the restructuring officer shall affect and modify the powers and functions of the board of directors, and any other conditions to be proposed on the board of directors that the company considers appropriate, that the court considers appropriate in relation to the exercise by the board of directors of its powers and functions. Section 91B further requires that where a company, which is a regulated business, presents a petition under 91B, subsection 1, the directors of the company shall immediately serve notice of the petition to the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority. Section 91C provides for the appointment of an interim restructuring officer by the court on an ex parte application by a company pending the hearing of a petition under Section 91B, subsection 1. An application under the section may be presented by a company acting by its directors without a resolution of its members or without an express power in its articles of association. As with Section 91B, Section 91C also requires the court to set, in its order appointing the restructuring officer, the manner and the time within which the restructuring officer shall give notice of the restructuring officer's appointment, the manner and extent to which the powers and functions of the restructuring officer shall affect and modify the powers and functions of the board of directors, and any other conditions to be imposed on the board of directors that the court considers appropriate in relation to the exercise by the board of directors of its powers and functions. It also further requires that a company which is a regulated business presents a petition under 91C, subsection 1, the directors of the company shall immediately serve notice of the petition on the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority. Section 91D provides for the requirements related to and functions of restructuring officers. The section provides that a restructuring officer is an officer of the court who shall be a qualified insolvency practitioner. The section further provides for the appointment of 2 or more persons as restructuring officers under Section 91B and also Section 91C, who shall be authorized to act jointly and severally unless the other powers are expressly limited by an order of the court. The section also provides for the appointment by the court of a foreign practitioner to act as a restructuring officer and for the remuneration of restructuring officers. The section further provides for an application to be made to the court by the restructuring officer, a creditor of the company, including a contingent or prospective creditor, a contributory of the company, in order to determine any question arising in the course of carrying out the restructuring officer's functions. Section 91E provides for the variation or discharge of the order appointing a restructuring officer by the court on an application made by the company. A restructuring officer, a creditor, or a contributory of the company or the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority in respect of a company carrying out a regulated business. An application under this section may be presented by a company acting by its directors without a resolution of its members or without an express power in its articles of association. Section 91F provides for the removal and replacement of a restructuring officer by the court on an application made by the company, creditor, or contributor of the company, or the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority in respect of a company carrying on regulated business. An application under this section may be presented by a company acting by its directors without a resolution of its members, or again, without an express power in its articles of association. The section further requires a restructuring officer who has been removed and replaced to prepare a report and accounts for the restructuring officer replacing the removed restructuring officer within 21 days of the date of the removal and replacement. Section 91G provides that at any time, A, after the presentation of a petition for the appointment of a restructuring officer under Section 91B, but before an order for the appointment of a restructuring officer is made, and when the petition has been withdrawn or dismissed, and B, when an order for the appointment of a restructuring officer is made, until the order appointing the restructuring officer has been discharged, no suit, action, or other proceedings, including criminal proceedings, shall be proceeded with or commenced against the company. No resolution shall be passed for the company to be wound up, and no winding up petition may be presented against the company except with the leave of the court and subject to the terms as the court may impose. Section 91H provides that notwithstanding the presentation of a petition for the appointment of a restructuring officer or the appointment of a restructuring officer by the court under sections 91B or 91C, a creditor who has security over the whole or part of the assets of the company is entitled to enforce the company's security without the leave of the court and without reference to the restructuring officer appointed under Section 91B or Section 91C. Sections 86 and 87 of the Companies Act governing schemes of arrangement are replicated within the company restructuring regime, but importantly, only a restructuring officer can apply to the court to convene the scheme meeting under these new sections. They create a basis that the scheme of arrangement promoted under these new sections could validly comprise English law governed debt. This will be a significant attraction of the new regime. Section 91I empowers a restructuring officer which is appointed to a company to apply to the court for an order for a meeting of the creditors or class of creditors, or the members of a company or a class of members of the company, as the case may be, to be summoned in such manner as the court directs. The section further provides for the procedure for voting at a meeting convened in accordance with the section and the requirement for the court to sanction any decision taken at such meeting for the decision to be binding on all creditors or the class of creditors, the members or class of members of the company. Where the court sanctions a decision in accordance with this section, the order shall have no effect until a copy of the order of the court is delivered to the registrar of companies for registration. A copy of the order of the court shall also be annexed to every copy of the memorandum of association of the company issued after the order has been made, or in the case of a company not having a memorandum, on every copy so issued of the instrument constituting and defining the constitution of the company. Section 91J provides for the powers of the court when considering an application for the sanctioning of a compromise or arrangement proposed between a company and any other person referred to under Section 91I. The section further provides where an order is to be made under the section, every company in relation to which the order is made shall cause a copy of the order to be delivered to the registrar of companies for registration within 7 days of making the order. Mr. Speaker, returning to the bill's clauses, starting with clause number 5, which is a key amendment as it relates to the improved access to a company winding up. It amends Section 94 of the Principal Act to empower the directors of the company incorporated before the commencement of this amending legislation to present a winding up petition, or where a winding up petition has been presented, to apply for the appointment of a provisional liquidator on behalf of the company. The amendment also provides that the directors of a company may make such application without the sanction of a resolution passed at a general meeting, where the directors are expressly empowered to do so in the Articles of Association of the company. So now all existing companies can opt in to allow directors to present a petition. Clause 5, Mr. Speaker, also provides that the directors of a company incorporated after the commencement of this amending legislation may present a winding up petition on behalf of the company on the grounds that the company is unable to pay its debts within the meaning of Section 93, or where a winding up petition has been presented to apply on behalf of the company for the appointment of a provisional liquidator. The clause further provides that the Articles of Association of a company may expressly remove or modify the director's authority to present a winding up petition or apply for the appointment of a provisional liquidator on the company's behalf. So going forward, Mr. Speaker, rather than companies having to opt in, directors are able to present a petition unless the Articles of Association prevent them from doing so. Clause 6 amends Section 100 of the Principal Act to provide for the winding up of a company to be deemed to have commenced at the time of passing of the relevant resolution, or the expiry of the relevant period, or the occurrence of the relevant event, or the date of the presentation of the petition to appoint a restructuring officer pursuant to Section 91B, before the presentation of the petition for the winding up of a company by the court, A resolution has been passed by the company for a voluntary winding up, B, the period, if any, fixed for the duration of the company by its Articles of Association has expired, C, the event upon the occurrence of which it is provided by the Articles of Association that the company is to be wound up has occurred, or D, a restructuring officer has been appointed pursuant to Sections 91B or Section 91C, and the order appointing the restructuring officer has not been discharged. Clause 7, also a key amendment. The existing provisional liquidator under Section 104, subsection 3, has been used to restructure companies. This function will be performed by the new restructuring officer introduced in the amendment. Also, and so the restructuring provisional liquidator is no longer needed. However, for other commercial reasons, a company may still wish or need to appoint a provisional liquidator. Mr. Speaker, although Section 104, subsection 3 is being used, it is not clear that a company acting by its directors can make an application to appoint a provisional liquidator. The bill amends Section 104 of the Principal Act by repealing subsection 3 and substituting a new subsection 3, which provides for an application for the appointment of a provisional liquidator under subsection 1 to be made by the company. The language is clear that the company can apply for a provisional liquidator. The clause also provides for the appointment of a provisional liquidator by the court on such an application if it considers it to be appropriate to do so, removing any uncertainty for a company on the grounds which need to be satisfied on its application. Clause 8 amends 109 of the Principal Act by repealing and substituting a new section heading to refer to restructuring officers. The clause further amends Section 109 by repealing and substituting new subsections 2, 3, 4, and 5. Subsection 2 provides for the expenses incurred in a petition for a restructuring officer and during the term of the appointment of a restructuring officer to be payable out of the company's assets in priority to all other claims. Subsections 3, 4, and 5 provide for the remuneration of a restructuring officer and official liquidators where more than one official liquidator is appointed by the court. Clause 9 amends Section 110 of the Principal Act by repealing subsection 5 and substituting new subsection 5, which sets out the criteria for a person to be treated as related to a company for the purposes of exercising the powers specified under paragraph 3 of Part 1 of Schedule 3. Clause 10 amends Section 116, subsection D of the Principal Act by deleting the words, quote, as they fall due, end quote, to ensure that the wording is consistent with Section 92D. Clause 11 amends Section 134 of the Principal Act to include a restructuring officer in relation to the offense of fraud in anticipation of a company winding up. Clause 12 amends Section 135 of the Principal Act to include a restructuring officer in relation to the offense of conducting a transaction with intent to defraud the company's creditors or contributors. Clause 13 amends Section 136 of the Principal Act to include a restructuring officer in relation to the offense of misconduct in the course of winding up with the intent to defraud the company's creditors or contributors. Clause 14 amends Section 137 of the Principal Act to include a restructuring officer in relation to the offense of making any material omission and any statement relating to the company's affairs with the intent, again, to defraud the company. Section 15 amends Section 145 of the Principal Act to provide for every conveyance or transfer of property or charge on the property and every payment obligation and judicial proceeding made, incurred, taken, or suffered by any company in favor of any creditor at a time when the company is unable to pay its debts within the meaning of Section 93, with a view to giving such creditor a preference over other creditors to be voidable upon the application of the company's liquidator if made, incurred, taken, or suffered within 6 months immediately preceding the commencement of a liquidation. Clause 16 amends Section 148 of the Principal Act to provide for a restructuring officer to make a request to a utility provider for the supply of utilities. Clause 17 amends Section 154 of the Principal Act to replace the legal practitioner members of the Grand Court Rules Committee on the Insolvency Rules Committee with 2 attorneys at law appointed by the chief officer on the recommendation of the Cayman Islands Legal Practitioners Association. Appointed by the Chief Justice on the recommendation of the Cayman Islands Legal Practitioners Association. The clause further provides for a qualified insolvency practitioner appointed by the Chief Justice on the recommendation of the Recovery and Insolvency Specialists Association to be a member of the Insolvency Rules Committee. Mr. Speaker, I might have gotten through that faster, so maybe my call for a break was premature. Because, Mr. Speaker, this concludes my presentation of the bill, and I therefore commend the bill to this honorable Parliament for its second reading.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Attorney General?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just rise to say that I fully understandably support the bill. The provision as outlined by the honourable member, in particular his observation, so that this is a piece of cutting-edge legislation which is aimed at, among other things, giving Cayman a commercial advantage, in particular in the area or the sphere of insolvency. The nature of the business that we do here, sir, in the Cayman Islands require that we do have cutting-edge legislation in place to enhance the confidence of investors and those who seek to do business from here and or through here. And this is an example of our legislation reflecting the contemporary thinking as it relates to these sort of products. And so the, the amendment to Part 5 is very timely and, of course, very welcome. There is one area, sir, which I think is going to be dealt with by way of committee stage amendment, dealing with the issue of the powers of the DPP as it relates to the institution of criminal proceedings in circumstances where a company is already in liquidation. And that arose out of an issue that goes back to 2002 in the infamous Eurobank saga, where a company was in liquidation then. And there was a contemplation by the then AG to bring criminal proceedings. And the court, Grand Court ruled that in order to do so, they would need the leave of the court. Not only would the court grant or might not grant leave, but it could do so with conditions. And the Court of Appeal made a point that that was inconsistent with the unfettered discretion of the AG, now the DPP, to institute criminal proceedings. And so that hopefully will be all clarified, sir. And the legislation itself, Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Minister points out, is a revolutionary and visionary piece of legislation and would take us firmly into the 21st century and beyond. Thank you very much, sir.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Call now then on the Honourable Minister for his right of reply.
Just very briefly, Mr. Speaker, to thank you for your indulgence and to commend the bill to this honorable House. Let it be the first of many under this administration to keep our financial services industry products cutting edge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that a bill entitled the Companies Amendment Bill 2021 be given a second reading. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. The Companies Amendment Bill 2021 has been given a second reading. We now go into committee to consider these two bills. Please be seated. The committee is now in session. Zena, where we at now? I see the committee is now in session, and we will, with the leave of members, assume that as usual we should authorize the Attorney General to correct minor errors in these bills. Huh?
Public Service Pension Amendment and Validation Bill 2021. Short title, Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, Amendment of Section 3 of the Public Service Pension Act 2021 revision. Definitions. Clause 3, validation.
Question is that clauses 1, 2, and 3 stand part of the bill. All those in favor? Well, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. Clauses 1, 2, 3 is now part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Public Service Pension Act 2021 revision to change the definition of the credited rate of return, to validate certain actions relating to the calculation of the credited rate of return, and for incidental and connected purposes.
Question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill.
Companies Amendment Bill 2021. Clause 1, short titling commencement. Clause 2, amendment of Section 86 of the Companies Act 2021 revision. Power to compromise with creditors and members. Clause 3, deletion and substitution of Part hidden of Part 5, winding up of companies and associations.
Question is that clauses 1 to 3, 1 through 3 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Clauses 1, 2, and 3 stands part of the bill.
Clause 4, insertion of division, company restructuring.
To which one? Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 52, 1 and 2, I have some committee stage amendments. The bill was published in the Gazette on the 21st of October 2021, but following a subsequent review of the bill being published, there are a few amendments. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be amended as follows. In Clause 4, in Section 91G, subsection 1, by deleting the words, including criminal proceedings, end quote, and substituting the words, quote, other than criminal proceedings, end quote, and by inserting after subsection 1 the following subsection, quote, 1A, where at any time referred to in subsection 1, there are criminal proceedings pending against the company in a summary court, the Court of Appeal, or the Privy Council, A, the company, by acting by its directors, B, a creditor of the company, including a contingent or prospective creditor, C, a contributory of the company, or D, the authority in respect of any company which is carrying on regulated business, may apply to the court in which the proceedings are pending for a stay of proceedings, and the court to which the application is made may stay the proceedings on such terms as it thinks fit. Mr. Speaker, the current wording of Section 91G, subsection 1, can be interpreted as providing a stay against criminal proceedings where a company is restructuring. This would require the Director of Public Prosecutions to seek leave of the court to proceed with or commence criminal proceedings against a company that's restructuring. This is contrary to the Constitution, which states that at Section 57, subsections 2 and 6, in exercise of the power of the Director of Public Prosecutions to institute and undertake criminal proceedings, the Director of the Prosecutions shall not be subject to the direction of any other person or authority. This amendment that I've just presented recognizes the constitutional power and autonomy of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, although the amendment removes an automatic stay against criminal proceedings, it provides that an application may be made to stay the criminal proceedings. Mr. Speaker, the constitutional power and autonomy of the Director of Public Prosecutions to institute and undertake criminal proceedings applies to the new restructuring regime, but also to the winding up of provisional liquidator regimes in the Companies Act. Consequently, an amendment is being proposed to regimes to reflect as follows, but I'll come on to that when we get to Clause 5.
The amendment has been duly moved, and I consider the member has spoken to it. Does other member wish to speak? The member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just saying, sotto voce, to the minister, pray who thought otherwise. I mean, the persons who are drafting this obviously should be familiar with the constitutional provisions. So pray who thought that somehow this provision or this act would be exempt from the usual the usual caveat that no one, not even the governor, can impinge upon the right of the Director of Public Prosecutions to prosecute when the whole of that office thinks fit.
So you know that.
I'm not arguing with the minister, I'm just
Yes.
surprised that this has become an issue.
Honorable Minister, you care to reply or?
No, I share his surprise, but I think the amendment is moved just for absolute clarity.
The question is that the amendment stand part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it, and the amendment stands part of the clause. Question is further, does anyone want to speak to that amendment? If not, I'll put the question. The question is that clause 4, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. Clause 4, as amended, stands part of the bill. Honorable Minister, your further amendment?
Thank
And
you.
before we move there, yes.
Clause 5, amendment of section 94, application for winding up.
Clause 5, Honorable Minister, your amendment?
Thank you. After clause 5, inserting a clause 5A, amendment of section 97, avoidance of attachments and stay of proceedings. The Principal Act is amended in section 97, subsection 1, by deleting the words, quote, including criminal proceedings, end quote, and substituting the words, quote, other than criminal proceedings, end quote, and by inserting after subsection 1 the following subsection. Quote 1A, where a winding up order is made or a provisional liquidator is appointed in respect of a company, and there are criminal proceedings pending against the company in a summary court, the Court of Appeal, or the Privy Council, A, the company, B, a creditor of the company, C, a contributory of the company, or D, subject to section 94, subsection 4, the authority in respect of any company which is carrying on regulated business may apply to the court in which the proceedings are pending for a stay of the proceedings, and the court to which the application is made may stay the proceedings on such terms as it thinks fit.
The members desire to speak further to it, or?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak to it? If no member wishes to speak, the question is that the amendment stand part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. Question is that the clause now, as amended, do start, that the, yes. The clause as amended do stand part of the bill. If someone has any question? Question is then that clause 5 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. Clause 5 as amended do stand part of the bill.
Clause 6, amendment of section 100, commencement of winding up by the court. Clause 7, amendment of section 104, appointment and powers of provisional liquidator. Clause 8, amendment of section 109, remuneration of official liquidators. Clause 9, amendment of section 110, function and powers of the official liquidators. Clause 10, amendment of section 116, circumstances in which a company may be wound up voluntarily. Clause 11, amendment of section 134, fraud, etc., in anticipation of winding up. Clause 12, amendment of section 135, transactions and fraud of creditors. Clause 13, amendment of section 136, misconduct in course of winding up. Clause 14, amendment of section 137, material omissions from statement relating to company's affairs. Clause 15, amendment of section 145, voidable reference, clause 16, clause 15, amendment of section 145, voidable preference. Clause 16, amendment of section 148, supply of utilities. Clause 17, amendment of section 154, insolvency rules committee.
Question is that clauses 6 to 17 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? There's the ayes have it. Clauses 6 to 17 stands part of the bill.
A bill for an act to amend the Companies Act 2021 revision to allow a company to restructure under the supervision of a restructuring officer to provide for a stay of creditor action where a company is restructuring and for incidental and connected purposes.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you. The last proposed amendment to the bill is to the long title to reflect the changes previously discussed. I haven't done the count, Mr. Speaker, but I don't know whether this makes the long title even longer. I haven't counted, but it might. The long title is deleted and substituted with the following, quote, "A bill for an act to amend the Companies Act 2021 revision to permit a company to restructure under the supervision of a restructuring officer, to provide a stay of proceedings other than criminal proceedings where a company is restructuring, where a provisional liquidator is appointed, or where a winding up order is made, to provide for an application to a court in which criminal proceedings are pending for a stay of the criminal proceedings where a company is restructuring, where a provisional liquidator is appointed, or where a winding up order is made, and for incidental and connected purposes," end quote.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill. The question is that the bills be reported to the House. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. The bills will be accordingly reported to the House.
Mr. Chairman,
The member for Red Bay.
Mr. Chairman, I want to raise this because I don't see it on the order paper, but just to remind your good self and perhaps the Premier that there will need to be a suspension of Standing Order 47, I believe it is, in order that we can do the third readings today as well. I think it's 47.
Thank you very much, member from Red Bay. I think the Premier is aware of it. Although it's not on the order paper. Honorable members, please be seated. Proceedings are resumed.
Report on bills. The appropriation financial years 2022, 2023, Bill 2021.
The Honorable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of this Honorable House the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the Appropriation Financial Year 2022 and 2023 Bill 2021, which is in respect to the government's upcoming financial years that will end on the 31st of December 2022 and 2023.
So ordered. The bill has been duly reported and is set down now for the third reading. You're not doing the third reading now?
Public Service Pension Amendment and Validation Bill 2021.
Honorable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, as members will be aware, Standing Order 47 prohibits the third reading of bills which have been, sorry?
That's why, honorable members, that these standing orders has to change. And I am imploring our committee again to get back on track with that, because it is just too onerous the way it is, especially after a long day and get to this point. Venerable the Deputy Governor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I can report that a bill entitled the Public Service Pensions Amendment and Validation Bill 2021 was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendment.
The bill has been reported and is set down for the third reading.
Companies Amendment Bill 2021.
The Honorable Minister of Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that a bill entitled Companies Amendment Bill 2021 was presented to the committee with amendments, with no objections to those amendments or the bill. Passed with committee stage amendments.
The bill has been duly reported and is now set down for the third reading.
Mr. Speaker.
Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. in connection with the third readings of both the Companies Amendment Bill 2021 and the Public Service Pensions Amendment and Validation Bill 2021, Standing Order 47 will normally prohibit the third reading on the same day as the first and second readings. So, Mr. Speaker, I move under Standing Order 86 that we suspend the effect of Standing Order 47 in order to enable both of these bills to have their third reading and be passed.
The question is that Standing Order 47 be suspended in order for the bills to have a third reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Third readings, the appropriation financial years 2022 and 2023 Bill 2021.
The Honorable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the appropriation financial years 2022 and 2023 Bill 2021 be given a third reading and pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the appropriation financial years 2022 and 2023 Bill 2021 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The appropriation financial years 2022 and 2023 Bill 2021 has been read a third time and is passed.
Public Service Pension Amendment and Validation Bill 2021.
Third reading, the Honorable the Deputy Governor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I beg to move that a bill entitled the Public Service Pensions Amendment and Validation Bill be given a third reading and passed.
The question is that a bill entitled the Public Service Pensions Amendment and Validation Bill 2021 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The Public Service Pensions Amendment and Validation Bill 2021 has been read a third time and is passed.
Companies Amendment Bill 2021.
The Honorable Minister of Financial Services and Commerce.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move a motion that a bill entitled the Companies Amendment Bill 2021 be given a third reading and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Companies Amendment Bill 2021 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The Companies Amendment Bill 2021 has been read a third time and is passed.
Other business, motions, private member motion number 1 of 2021-22, motion on childhood obesity to be moved by the elected member for Borden Town East.
The elected member for Borden Town East, is this motion going forward or is it being withdrawn? The honorable member for Borden Town East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move a private member's motion number 1, 2021-2022, on childhood obesity. The motion itself, Mr. Speaker, whereas the government
Is there a seconder for the bill? A motion?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion on childhood obesity.
You do. The motion is duly moved. The Honorable the member for Bordentown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for seconding the motion. The motion itself, Mr. Speaker, whereas the government of the Cayman Islands has a duty to protect the health of our children, and whereas Section 17 of the Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2009 specifically affords protection to the children and young persons under the age of 18, and the Parliament shall provide children and young persons with such facilities as would aid their growth and development. And whereas childhood obesity continues to be a significant concern amongst our children and our young persons, and whereas the negative effects of childhood obesity are far-reaching for our country, with long-term health problems associated with obesity, as well as the high costs of health care, be it therefore resolved, Mr. Speaker, that the government considers implementing a broad and long-term policy and strategy specifically to address and curtail childhood obesity and its associated problems.
The motion has been duly moved. Is the member speaking there too?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to speak on this motion, and one that I and many others believe is a relevant motion for this time. Mr. Speaker, before I start, I want to share my condolences, the family of Ms. Joanne Frederick. May God be with you at this time, at this sad time. Mr. Speaker, this is quite an opportunity to bring this motion in this fashion, Mr. Speaker, filed on the opposition bench, now spoken on the government bench, also being brought by both sides of this honorable House, in being seconded by my good friend, MP, Ms. Barbara Connolly from South Sound. Sorry, from Georgetown South. Thank you for your political maturity and your approach to still agreeing to second this and contribute, as I know you have a passion for this, the member for Georgetown South. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't go further with this contribution without mentioning the gracious action the current government has took, in particular the Minister of Education, in bringing forward policy to ensure that no child in the primary school system is left hungry at school. I have been called many times by schools asking to donate to their programs before this, and have assisted many times because I know how important it is for the brain to function properly and get the best out of future leaders. Mr. Speaker, did you know for kids, lunch is crucial because this is when they get their nutrients and vitamins for the day. A balanced lunch can improve 3 channels: physical development, cognition, and behavior. Without these, it is nearly impossible, Mr. Speaker, for a student to develop mentally or physically. Mr. Speaker, whilst we talk about school lunches, we must be reminded that breakfast is often called the most important meal of the day. And for a good reason, and the name suggests, breakfast breaks the overnight fasting period. It replenishes your supply of glucose to boost energy levels and alertness, while also providing other essential nutrients required for good health. Mr. Speaker, with all our children having been through over the past year, the Sahara dust, earthquakes, hurricanes, dump fires, they deserve to see the people that their mother and fathers and family elected is taking a special interest in them. They have had so much stress, and I know the adults have too, but our children can't handle it the way we can. So I say that we must always try our best as legislators to always tie it back into what we are doing to show our children that we are building for their future, and they are the reason why we're doing what we're doing and building for them. Mr. Speaker, as I've researched, Finland was the first country in the world to serve free lunches and revered school lunches as a part of the education. They've been doing it since 1948, Mr. Speaker, as a social innovation. Children eat in a cafeteria, getting hot meals of mostly vegetables with fish or meat or bread. The Finnish are proud of this program as it makes school even better and helps the child to grow into adults who appreciate proper food and good culinary movements. Other countries offering free school lunches are Sweden, Estonia, and India. Mr. Speaker, the whole childhood obesity motion is to ensure that we recognize the negative effects of childhood obesity as they are far-reaching our country with long-term health problems associated with obesity, as well as high costs to health care, a problem that already exists, Mr. Speaker. This brings me to speaking about the unhealthiness of processed foods that are high in fat, sugar, and salt, and have become a mainstay of lunches in schools across many parts of the world, especially America, that we emulate so well. Experts say these unhealthy school lunches are a contributing factor, are a contributing factor of childhood obesity epidemic, and those problems can lead to children who don't perform well at school, and I don't think this is what the Minister for Education wants. Mr. Speaker, where does childhood obesity start from? Imported foods are, as a rule, with their high content of preservatives and processing, less nutritious than freshly cooked local foods. Even imported fruits and vegetables are much lower in nutritional content than homegrown. This is a scientific fact, Mr. Speaker. According to the World Health Organization, in the Cayman Islands, 83.7% of people eat less than 5 servings of fruit or vegetables in an average day, a major contributor to non-communicable diseases. The most recent census revealed that hypertension is one of the top 3 most diagnosed illnesses in the Cayman Islands, elevating the risk of stroke and heart attack. A 2012 report from the World Health Organization revealed that 64% of the Cayman's population over the age of 55 was suffering with high blood pressure. We will continue to be robbed of our health if our community does not address this issue from a social, economic, political, and environmental standpoint. Food culture and food systems are the driving force for the entire structure of every society, accounting for a range of human activity, including livelihood of all social classes, the supply of environmental resources, human health, and even pollutants that affect the land, water, and atmosphere. Ready-made luxuries could soon become the cause of our demise. Our actions of today will dictate the future. At this point in time, the world needs more positive intentions and colorful packagings. Our downward spiral into malnutrition and food insecurity does not align with the lavish and trendy Western lifestyle sought after by many small islands globally, in the Caribbean and my Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, I want to note that that last section that I just read was a study and a paper done for an international organization. It was contributed by Tahiti Seymour, who is my daughter. I also had to beg her, Mr. Speaker, my 18-year-old daughter, to allow me to use this excerpt. Mr. Speaker, and I thank her. According to Harvard School of Public, it has been found that children who consume school lunches are more likely to be obese than those who brown bag their lunches, even though they enter kindergarten with the same obesity rates. Students are more likely to be obese and way more if they are income eligible for reduced price school lunches, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, schools can help with childhood obesity. School meals, competitive foods, and the school food environment, serving healthy choice in the lunchroom, limiting availability and marketing of unhealthy foods and sugary drinks, and making water available to students throughout the day are some of the ways that schools can help prevent obesity. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to make this short contribution as I recognize the hour of the night, and I pray that the government of the day will accept this motion so that we can be on a better footing with our next generation in the Cayman Islands. I thank you, and God bless.
Does any other member wish to speak? The member for Georgetown South and seconder of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to the motion that the member for Bordentown East has brought to this honorable House, and to which I have seconded, the motion on childhood obesity. Mr. Speaker, the issue of obesity is one which I take seriously, but even more so when it affects our children. I am and always will be an advocate for living a healthy lifestyle. And anyone that knows me can attest to the fact that I try to practice this on a daily basis. Even when my children were growing up, I made every attempt to cook a healthy meal for them every day. Not to say that they didn't get a bit of fast food too, but that was limited in my house. In terms of an active lifestyle, I've always incorporated exercise into my daily routine. And for the past 35 years, I've gotten up early and walked, and Mr. Speaker, that continues up until this morning. So, Mr. Speaker, as the motion reads, Section 17 of the Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2019 specifically affords protection to children and young persons under the age of 18. And the Parliament shall provide children and young persons with such facilities as would aid their growth and development. Mr. Speaker, we have an obligation as parliamentarians to do just that, aid their growth and development. Obesity creates significant health problems in children as they're growing up. We know just from experience in our 3 islands that problems with weight lead to a range of medical issues, including type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, respiratory problems, organ problems, including liver diseases, sleeping disorders, depression, and other mental health issues, orthopedic problems, and the like. Overweight young children have a greater risk of impaired glucose tolerance, and most have at least one risk factor for heart disease. Childhood obesity is not just a problem in childhood. Studies have shown that 80% of overweight children go on to become overweight adults. Thus, overweight and obesity in children and adolescents are widely recognized as extremely high risk factors for the development of atherosclerosis and cardiovascular complications in adulthood, which we all know are a major cause of premature death and long-term medical conditions here in the Cayman Islands. The literature that I have read and research that I have carried out, Mr. Speaker, makes it quite clear that there is no single cause. Hence, I will be the first to admit that there is no clear and simple solution. There may be genetic issues at play, but all studies highlight the prevalence of diet and lifestyle choices that impact the rapid rise in the incidence of childhood obesity that has occurred in recent decades. On World Obesity Day in March, pediatricians from across the Caribbean came together to issue an open letter asking governments and stakeholders in civil society to come together to protect our children from the twin threats of obesity and mental health problems. They highlight that the pandemic has had a severe and disproportionate impact on the well-being of young people, and they call on us to act. It is a call that we should heed, Mr. Speaker, and it is a response to that call that this motion has been laid before Parliament today. Mr. Speaker, we can all agree that the pandemic has had a severe impact on the well-being of our young people, with school closures, disrupted routines, increased stress, and less opportunity for physical activity and proper nutrition. But childhood obesity predate the ongoing pandemic. We have been aware of this problem in Cayman for some time, Mr. Speaker. A study by Lawrence Van Hanswick de Jonge and Dr. Hazel Brown of the HSA analyzed the 20-year trend between 1987 and 2007. The study showed a rapid increase over the period in the number of 3 to 5-year-olds who were not just at risk, but were judged to be clinically obese. The study identified particular problems in the rapid growth in the numbers of boys experiencing problems and particular issues on Cayman Brac. When dealing with small numbers, as is the case in Cayman, there will always be fluctuations in the data. Looking at 2013 and 2014, the data suggested that the numbers who are actually obese may have reduced compared with that earlier study, but that those who are overweight and at risk for obesity had increased significantly. The Auditor General's 2017 report on our health system found that half of all children entering school were either obese or at risk. Mr. Speaker, that is an astounding finding, and we as parliamentarians need to address this as a matter of urgency. These rates were significantly higher than average prevalence rates across the Caribbean, which were 28 to 35% and higher than the rate in the USA, where approximately 1/3 fall into those categories. The following year, the trend back to higher levels of obesity appeared to be restored. In the Cayman Islands, we have relied upon the Child Health Task Force to lead the way. It was this task force that launched the Health for Youth program some 10 years ago. This program was created in response to a rather shocking and surprising World Health Organization research report that found that out of children surveyed in 34 countries worldwide, young people in Cayman aged between 13 and 15 were among the most inactive in the world. Wow, Mr. Speaker, that is an appalling statistic. Mr. Speaker, while doing my research, I also took some time to listen to a YouTube video presentation that our very own Dr. Diane Hislop-Chestnut, board certified in endocrinology, diabetes and metabolism, and internal medicine. Dr. Hislop-Chestnut presented on childhood obesity and its associated health issues at a One Health conference on the 3rd of April 2019. I invite all members of this Honorable House to take some time to listen to this presentation. It was very enlightening and informative, and I learned so much about obesity in our children. The focus of the Child Health Task Force has traditionally been on schools, and there is clearly an important role for schools to play in the fight against childhood obesity. The school inspection framework put in place by the last government already includes standards that promote health and safety and recognize the importance of the support and guidance available to students in educational settings. The framework already recognizes that health and safety means more than just avoiding trips and falls, and it includes provision for and the promotion of healthy lifestyles. The standards reflect that excellent schools systematically build healthy living into all aspects of school life. This means, as a self-evaluation framework, quote, successful schools and achieving students, unquote, published by the last government made clear. And I quote, school meals and snacks provided by the school are consistent with the school's policy on the promotion of healthy choices. The school provides very good advice to students and their parents on food choices and offers a broad and regular program for physical education and sport to promote healthy living, unquote. Mr. Speaker, I have the John Gray and the Savannah Primary School lunch menus here, and I will admit that the meals are quite healthy and balanced. But, Mr. Speaker, my granddaughter, when asked about the food, says, Nama, the line for the hot wings is very long. So when asked what about the salad bar, she does admit that that line is much shorter. We really need to change that mindset, and I hope and pray for the opposite in due time. Mr. Speaker, the obesity strategy should work with the inspection framework to ensure that obesity is one of the key issues tackled within school and other educational settings. However, a recent study of best practice interventions in Europe published last year identified that focusing solely on educational sessions and providing information to parents were less effective than those that also tackled more environmental and situational factors. For example, teachers acting as role models, changes to schoolyard layouts and recess rules, and supporting changes in the home environment were components of the most successful strategies. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the use of incentives for children, social marketing techniques, and collaboration with local community stakeholders were all found to increase the effectiveness of the programs. All this points to the need for a more broadly based approach to be adopted in Cayman. Our call for a new strategy recognizes that if we are to make a determined effort to tackle childhood obesity, then it requires cross-government attention. As the World Health Organization stated in 2012, and I quote, "Actions to prevent childhood obesity need to be taken in multiple settings and incorporate a variety of approaches and involve a wide range of stakeholders. Sustained interventions are likely to be required at several levels, at an individual level in schools and community settings to affect behavioral change, and in sector changes within agriculture, food manufacturers, education, transportation, and urban planning. Each intervention may have minimal effects when assessed in isolation, Mr. Speaker, but can constitute significant components to an overall strategy. This is the approach we are urging the government now to adopt. The Alliance Manifesto at the last election promoted the development of an early years strategy. The PAC government has not made a similar commitment, but I would urge the government to consider specific programs of support for healthy eating focused on expectant mothers and the under fives, that is at the preschool level. As you can appreciate, Mr. Speaker, weight gain is the product of more energy being taken into the body than is being expended, as well as tackling the input side of the equation. The obesity strategy must also consider how best to promote healthy exercise for young people as the way to burn up calories that are taken in. The evidence internationally suggests that exercise helps to improve academic performance, as well as bring in health benefits. So again, Mr. Speaker, schools will be involved. With the creation of a new ministry focused on sports, and that is for the Honorable Minister of Sports, Honorable Bush, I hope there will be an opportunity for the strategy to look more broadly at how more young people can be engaged in physical activity. And I did hear the Honorable Minister of Sports in his budget debate say that we have to focus on elite sport and high-achieving athletes. And I support that, Mr. Speaker. But we have to look at inclusive strategies that enable all of our young people to access sport and other physical activities. Cayman is blessed with a well-developed infrastructure of sporting facilities and clubs. We must maximize the reach of the existing provision and identify and plug gaps if we are to be successful. Mr. Speaker, the BRAC has a 25-metre swimming pool, and I would like to ask the Honourable Minister of Education or the member for Cayman BRAC West and Little Cayman if there are any statistics on how many children utilise that pool. Mr. Speaker, we have to get our children off the electronics and into more physical activity. Government can look at its own provision. It can incentivize, it can enable, but, Mr. Speaker, in the end, much comes down to personal choices. The strategy, therefore, needs to consider how best government can influence the choices that individuals make. Take, for instance, the selection of food that is ordered for our lunches while here at Parliament. Meals should be well balanced with a lot of greens and a lot of fruit. I would welcome a really good salad bar in our dining room, which I have suggested from the time I entered this honourable house some 4+ years ago. Let's change our eating habits. Let's start a walking group. I want you all to come and join me at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. We have to lead by example, Mr. Speaker. So let's get back to influencing the choices that individuals make. That means harnessing the work that government does so that opportunities to influence are identified and taken on board. People come into contact with government every day in all sorts of ways. The strategy needs to identify how those contacts can be turned into opportunities to offer support, advice, and guidance to individuals and to families that help them to make healthy choices. This is particularly important when families come into contact with health professionals, but also it is about how other routine contacts can be utilized, including how we insert and present messages in government information and communication activities, particularly on social media and other platforms that we know are utilized by young people. While government has a leadership role, the strategy should also include community-based programs and initiatives that may themselves be delivered by a range of other partners with appropriate government support. Mr. Speaker, I know that the Honourable Deputy Governor launched his 5K challenge back in 2014, and his goal is to have a healthier and more active civil service. The Deputy Governor knows how passionate I am about exercise, and I challenge him to perhaps have a 5K, walk or run every quarter, and involve our children. I know there are a few young ones that participate, but Mr. Speaker, we need to get all of our children involved in this. Mr. Speaker, central to that strategy is the use of traditional and established social structures to deliver successful change. Churches, voluntary groups, sport clubs, and community groups need to be engaged. Dare I suggest to my own colleagues on these benches that even political parties or the group across this floor may have to play a role. Perhaps the traditional progressives fundraising fish fry needs to give way to a more nutritious alternative. In other words, no more fried food. But, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, that is easier said than done. We do like our occasional fried chicken and fries, and I get that. Everything in moderation is allowed. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the issue needs to be tackled in a way that avoids body shaming and other potential negative consequences. There can be no place for stigmatization and blaming. Indeed, we see too much of that already on social media, and the strategy itself should consider how to tackle what has become a significant issue. We know from the mental health data compiled via the Cayman Islands Student Drug Use Survey that significant numbers of young people report dissatisfaction with themselves currently, and that this is a particularly significant issue for females. 1 to 3 girls or young women reported dissatisfaction in the 2020 survey compared with 1 in 6 boys or young men. Both statistics demonstrated the need for sensitivity in the way strategies to reduce obesity are implemented. However, they also demonstrate the need to find gender-appropriate interventions, and the approaches we need to support girls and young women do require particular care. So finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the government to support this motion. And now that we have the mover of the government on the other side, I'm sure that the government will support this motion. As we as leaders are here to represent our constituents, and we have an obligation to the children of these islands to provide them with the appropriate facilities to aid with their growth and development, to address and curtail childhood obesity and its associated problems. I thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and good night.
The Honorable Minister of Tourism and Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't plan to be long. At least I hope not. Depends on how mine works. First, I want to say that it is obvious that with our new strong member from Bontown East on the government side, this motion will definitely not be sitting on a desk somewhere catching dust, like what has happened before. And you will definitely see a development of a policy in respect to healthier eating. But Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to speak, but I had to speak because it's like I had deja vu all over again. Because the seam could potentially be the next seat over from where the good member from Georgetown South just spoke from. I rose in this honorable parliament asking about healthy foods. And she was a part of the government last time. And I want to read to this honorable House a Hansard excerpt from July the 25th of 2019. The election was in 2021, April 14th. It was almost 2 years since I asked them about healthy foods. Nothing wasn't done. And let me read it out. Mr. Speaker, the question was asked to the Honorable then Premier, Honorable Alden McLaughlin, in respect to, and let me just read verbatim. It says, I rise to ask the question number 68 on the order paper standing in my name. Can the Honorable Minister say if there's any classification heading under the wording healthy foods as per the customs law and the customs tariff law, or a government policy? And if so, are there any further plans and reductions or subsidies to import duties with respect to those items classified as healthy goods? I'm going to read the whole thing out, but I'm going to go down a little bit further where I asked after the Honorable then Premier responded with his technical stuff about the tariff law, not focusing on the healthy part, I came back again and said, firstly, I want to thank the Honorable Premier and this government for giving me way for suspending the standing orders for allowing me to have 4 questions. Back in those days, I would ask about 50 questions. I don't have to ask so many more now, though. Very good point, DP. My question, can the Premier say whether this administration, being the former one, or the government is mindful to create such a category in hopes to encourage or promote healthy importation, and consumption of goods and foods. I want you to listen to the response carefully. This is the former Honorable Premier, not this one, the one that sits on that side that is obviously supporting this motion today. He says, Mr. Speaker, in the current arrangement that we have, I don't think the purpose, I don't know what purpose that would serve. Got a paper in my hand. I don't know what purpose that would serve to examine healthy foods to allow people to consume it better. Anyway, go a little further down. I respond a little bit later on to him because we were playing politics. He's undermining me. I'm trying to get one above him and all that. I further on in my contribution said, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this without trying in any way to undermine the Honorable Premier. I would invite this administration to do a review on things that can be considered healthy, because neither I nor the Premier are nutritionists. So the assumption that most of the things that we consider healthy is already duty-free or is one that I think is not good, is not a good assumption to make. Mr. Speaker, we have heard in this honorable House from the Minister of Health, and that is now the new member of our government, the elected member for Bontown East. So what this tells you is that member, a Minister of Health, was fighting for this position from when he was in the last administration. And that's why he's over here on the good side now, because he knows we can get it done. Let me continue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have heard in this honorable House from the Health Minister the severe obligations that we have due to the many types of illnesses that we have due to consumption of bad foods such as diabetes, heart attacks, and so forth. Much of that has to do with how we eat. All I'm suggesting, Mr. Speaker, is that the government considers investigating whether we can have initiatives available to encourage by way of making it cheaper for persons to eat healthier. I guess, simply put, Mr. Speaker, I invite the government to investigate a little further. He responds, Mr. Speaker, he goes on and says, I am no nutritionist, but I have been involved in healthy eating and food all my life. So I do know a fair bit about those things. If the member is suggesting that the government should look at, and this is not being facetious because this has been done in other places, imposing an increased tariff on putting tariffs on sugar-laden drinks, foods, processed foods, etc., if that's what he is proposing, then he should just say so. All I was asking them to do is investigate it, but I said, okay. I responded back then, because we're going through this, rather than focusing on the issue about healthy eating, he continues to go back and forth trying to undermine. My point is, Mr. Speaker, the opposition had 2 years, because it was brought to their attention by myself as the elected representative for Georgetown Central, about the concerns that the good then minister was crying about, and you could see that he was trying to bring it up and couldn't get support. But he's on the right side now, and I dare say if the elected member from Georgetown South wanted to do some exercise, all she has to do is run on over to the government side. She'll get all the carbs she wants burned that she can. And I want to also encourage her, Mr. Speaker, to look at the good Minister of Sports and his long list of initiatives, because she just said that the Minister of Sports should encourage sporting events. And I don't want to take away the thunder from my good colleague, the Honorable Mr. Bush, but he has a long list of sporting things. Am I right, Mr. Bush? Let me read some of them. To encourage a culture of fitness in the communities through public education campaigns, promote academic opportunities through sports, develop and enhance sports tourism opportunities, enhance the National Sport Council, set up a criteria to determine national focus on sports and health, and restoring resourcing needs, support more competition in the schools and inter-island sports, promote gender equality in sports, encourage Caymanian and non-Caymanian integration, encourage regional competitive engagements, establish district-level sporting programs. I'm not even going to bother read the whole page. The point is, this government is fully focused on sports because we understand the purpose of health. And I have a good health minister who I'm certain is going to be added to this debate about the focus on wellness, not only health, because your brain has to be in the right place in order to do this. Now, I'm only saying this, Mr. Speaker, of course we're going to support it. But the point is, don't try to be the glory savior today when 2 years ago, when you had all the power in the world, way before election, you could have created a policy that we could have come and take over and carry on. But I can promise the mover of this motion that this government, this health minister, and this PAC administration will carry this motion to its fullest, and it won't catch no dust on top of a countertop, because we're a PAC government and we made an action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No problem.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion. And if you know, or if you want to see democracy, it's right here. This is how democracy works. And by partisanship, so there is no doubt the importance of wellness being included to health. And I have already publicly showed my support of the new addition to the pact, but this is democracy, and he will have the support of the Ministry of Health and Wellness moving forward. We understand how important it is to invest in our health. Mr. Speaker, you and I have been down that road. We know what it is to make the sacrifice and having to do procedures that have enabled our lives to be altered and changed for the better moving forward. And I can remember growing up as a child and being raised by a home where you were out running around playing. I used to play marbles. I used to climb these berry trees down there on Elgin Avenue, going up in the plum tree. Yes, planted them down in there across from the police station. So what I'm saying is the outside, the outdoors, playing Chinese skip, the activity. Now we have so much activity that's been diminished, thanks and no thanks, all in the same breath of technology. But investing in our children, and this PAC government is committed to doing just that. And that is why from the onset of us settling into our ministries, I walked myself over to my honorable colleague, the Ministry of Education, and sat with her and some of her senior management team in understanding how we can collaborate in work, including wellness. And that's why when you look at our SPS and our broad outcomes, you will see nuggets of what would be under health actually translated through a number of the other ministries. Again, the importance of wellness. We have approved monies so that our children don't have to go to school hungry. The choices that will be available to them will add nutrition for their growing brains, therefore yielding their attention and definitely, again, giving that investment into our child's health. So I stand here with pride this evening to show the power and to also show the people of this nation how democracy and bipartisanship relationship works to yield. And this is what we should have with other bills and motions that will be tabled before this honorable House moving forward. Once it's investing in our people, you understand the health and the benefits that it brings for our children, our youth, our future, is why I wholeheartedly, along with the PAC government, and of course, even the opposition, supports this motion. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? And since we're talking about wellness, remember that I've been up here a long time now. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary of West Bay Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise to support this motion on childhood obesity, which goes in line, as my colleague from Prospect, the member from Prospect, just stated, goes in line with the SPS broad outcome number 3, providing solutions to improve the well-being of our people so that they achieve their full potential by way of creating a healthy community. And, you know, as I sit here tonight, I think about how proud I am to be a part of a government that is already working on issues that the members have brought by way of this motion. You know, as I think most people are aware now, we've already rolled out the free food program in our schools, in our primary schools. This hits home for most of us because eating healthy, as we all know, can also be quite expensive, quite costly. And so this is a way where we can also manage, you know, what our children are consuming. And I just want to give a little bit of information about, you know, some of the standards that are included into the daily provision of the meals. You know, healthy snacks, low-fat milk or dairy foods. The children are also supposed to be getting 2 portions of fruit and vegetables, 1 high-fiber starch or whole grain food for each child. And through these standards, lean meat is also limited to once per week. And we're trying to encourage our children to drink lots of water, milk, and also juices that are not with the added sugars. And, you know, again, going back to what, you know, the member from Georgetown South was saying in terms of body shaming, which is something that we're seeing happening quite frequently here on the island. I'm happy to see that we're already a proactive government that is looking at addressing these issues because, you know, I think it all ties back into bullying. And I'm just so pleased to be able to stand and speak tonight in support of this motion. And as my colleague just said, it's also a great feeling to stand here on the government side and be able to work together with the opposition on issues that affect, you know, our most valuable asset, which is our children. And to my colleague, you know, the member from Georgetown South, I thank you for advocating for those salad bars, and I will join you with that. I think that that will also be important for us here as members of Parliament to start by having healthy meals. And also the walkathons and the 5Ks. I think those are great initiatives. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to just support this motion.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I'll call on the mover's right to reply. Honorable Member Bordentown East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first thank the member from Georgetown South for seconding this motion, and I want to thank all other members who contributed to this most important motion. And I am glad to hear that the government is accepting this motion. We have a duty to protect the health of our children, and I'm not saying that they can't enjoy a bit of fast food. I think most of us in here or fast food fans ourselves, but we need a we need a healthy balance, and we really need to start from time before the child even starts school. Us as parents really need to set an example, and even if we have developed some bad habits, or our forefathers set some bad examples for us in terms of the staples that we consume, I implore you to think about the next generation, which is your children, and try to encourage them to eat those salads, whatever you need to promise them, but at least we'll have a healthy nation moving forward. And I think this is really the spirit of cooperation. We are all in here as 19 constituencies, 19 members. This honorable house has been elected, and every one of us was brought here to contribute to this country, and I'm glad to see the collaboration of the opposition and the government in bringing this motion. I remember when it came up, it was quite sensitive as to whether we would bring this motion or not again, and I'm glad that at least the way that I changed sides was a very graceful way and respectful way in thanking the members for all that they had done over the last 4 years, calling each person individually. We still have a relationship, and I hope that it would never get to a point where, because I'm here trying to help the government with what I think is a good budget and a lot of things to achieve for the people of this country. I pray that it would never be that I still can't have a coffee or tea with our colleagues in the House, no matter what side they're on. And I am so thankful. This means a lot to me, this motion, and I'm thankful again for the member who seconded it and encouraged me to bring this forward. I thank you all in this honorable House.
The question is, be therefore resolved that the government considers implementing a broad and long-term policy and strategy specifically to address and curtail childhood obesity and its associated problems. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is therefore carried.
Private Amendment Motion Number 2 of 2021-22. Motion on removal of import duty on essential products, to be moved by the elected member for Georgetown East.
The Honorable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition,
Thank you,
member
Mr.
for Georgetown North.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, the member for Georgetown East had to travel for medical reasons, so he's not here, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, not much, unlike the previous motion where once it was filed, they invited the mover of the motion to join the government because it was such a good motion. This motion called for the government to consider as a matter of urgency to conduct a review of the government's import duties and remove the import duties from products such as medicines, disposable diapers, baby food and formula, feminine hygiene and sanitary products, and birth control products. And I am happy to report that after filing the motion on Friday, the 19th of November, the following Tuesday, the 23rd, the Cabinet discussed these matters and they were considered and agreed, and so we thank the government so much for that. And with those few words, we would like to withdraw the motion.
There is a motion on the floor to withdraw private members' motion number 2, 2021-2022. Does any member wish the Deputy Premier? Sorry? You needed a seconder to withdraw. The member for West Georgetown South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second that motion.
The member for...
The motion on removal of import duty on essential products.
Understood.
On the withdrawal.
The Deputy Premier, Minister of Finance.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, standing up in my capacity, not as Minister of Finance, but Minister for Border Control, which also includes customs. And I'm very pleased that the motion was filed by the government. I am happy to see that the members in opposition actually saw fit to file such a motion. Now, as many people know, that was something that those items being duty-free is something that I and many members on this side campaigned on. And it was something that we had pushed the government in the last administration to do. So I am pleased that despite the challenges that we have with government finances, the government has once again committed to removing the items which we believe will save Caymanian families to the tune of $2 to $3 million per year, especially people in our community that very much needs it. What I want to really make the case, Mr. Speaker, is to the merchants to say, once again, we have now added more items to the customs list that is duty-free, and we want to make sure that many of those savings are passed on. But equally, Mr. Speaker, to also serve notice that the minister responsible for agriculture has indicated that if many of those basic supplies that the government has now made duty-free, if the duty is not passed on to them, then he will look at expanding the offerings of the Department of Agriculture to provide many of those items at a reduced cost so that Caymanian families and those that call the Cayman Islands home can save money. So I just wanted to be clear that once again, we have saw it with the LFTs, Mr. Speaker. We made it duty-free, and it was one of the most expensive things. We look at cement that this government once again also changed, where cement could be sourced. And in many cases, those savings were not passed on to consumers. So it can't be a situation where the government is giving up tens of millions of dollars a year in duties for essential items, only for those items to be the most expensive within the supermarket and on the shelves. That is something that this government is not prepared to continue to support, those kind of practices. So we are happy that after 8 years, 96 months, 2,922 days, when factoring the 2 leap years, that the members on that side have agreed or have seen the wisdom in providing that essential items such as baby food, baby products, and sanitary napkins for women, as well as adult diapers, are something that is duty-free. And this government, while it was only passed in cabinet the Tuesday, the member would have also known that how things work, is that there's a delay between caucus and cabinet, and this was something that the government already had in train. That's the reason why the paper was already. As a matter of fact, when we saw the motion filed, we thought someone had actually leaked information to them and was running out. But it is what it is. We're on the same page, and we would have, either way, would have supported the initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? I think the motion was for the withdrawal. So the question is that motion number 2, 2021-2022, for the removal of import duty on essential products be withdrawn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it, the motion has been withdrawn. We move for adjournment. I think it's appropriate that I put on record and extend congratulations to the elected member for Red Bay on being appointed a Queen's Counsel. I think we need to put that on record as he's part of our elected. And also, before I call for the adjournment, let me wish you all a very merry and safe Christmas, you, your families, and your constituents. We are all aware what a difficult year, not just this year, last year as well, and before that, with myriads of challenges, primarily though due to COVID-19. Many of our families and friends are seriously hurting, so we need to be mindful and continue to offer a helping hand where we can. We have survived with God's mercies, and we have navigated the challenges behind us. So let us all continue to be helpful as we enter 2022. Let us continue to beg, plead with those persons who refuse to be vaccinated to get their vaccination and keep us all safe, including themselves. Some people have asked me if I had some wishes for what I wanted and needed for Christmas. And since I can't, the speaker is not allowed to speak, I said to the person, I certainly do. But I know I can't get those things for Christmas, but hopefully for the new year. And there were three. I wanted the farm roads for West Bay. I wanted the Watercourse Road and Ebanks Road corner rectified. And I need the Schooner Lane water flooding fixed before the next rainy season. I think these are good Christmas presents, but I am definitely more sensible and realize that these are good New Year gifts that I should be given. And so I would hope that they will have some empathy for the speaker and have those things done and given next year as God spares our life. So while that is serious, let me just say, I do have hope. I have hope for the new year, for our country. As the songwriter says, a thrill of hope. The weary world rejoices, for yonder breaks a new and glorious morn, a thrill of hope. Colleagues, let us be safe, let us be mindful of where we are, how far we've come, because we have done well as a country, even in these parts, just starting as a new government. And I say this without any political leaning, but I see things in this budget that I had hoped that I could have got done many years ago. But if I had done them, I would have been called a socialist. No, they're not pointing at everybody. We know that these things are important. And it's not a political leaning, or I would be very frank and say where I'm at. But this past motion just talks about obesity and the need for where our children are at, and to know that we have food programs when some of us in our constituency were giving every morning. Most of us know that. I think someone said the other day that some of our constituents know more than us when government payday is. And we continue to give and give. Government has taken some of this on board now, and we want to thank the minister for that and thank the government for recognizing the need. I better stop because I could be political. But yes, a thrill of hope. The weary world rejoices. My Christmas message, as you will hear, talks about give. Give with a willing heart. My New Year's message is a thrill of hope. A thrill of hope, the weary world rejoices. For yonder breaks a new and glorious morn. Pray that God will smile on us. Honorable Premier,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is getting on in the evening, and I, of course, would ordinarily move the adjournment of this House, but with your permission, sir, I would like, and I know it's customary to do this at this time of the year, with this being the last meeting before the holiday season, to afford all members of this House the opportunity to, should they wish to do so. And of course, everybody will do things in their own way, and there are many who are sending out Christmas messages in different ways. But I think it's appropriate to allow all members the opportunity to briefly extend well wishes and holiday greetings to family, to friends, to their colleagues, and probably most importantly to their constituents. So, Mr. Speaker, I would, with your permission, sir, I would like to allow them that opportunity, and I will then follow up after that. Thank you, sir.
the member for Red Bay, the senior member in the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm getting on now, am I? I never dreamed there'd be a day when I was called a senior member of the House, but it's really only your good self, the minister from Cayman, and my colleague who's absent, the Honorable Moses Colonel, that have been here for at least 5 terms now. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that we have reached the end, almost reached the end of what has been a most tumultuous year, not just locally, but the world over. And I thought it most fitting that you read from that beautiful hymn, that at Christmas time, you know, it is time to pause and for the weary world to rejoice. I want to wish all members of this Honorable House and all of their families the very best for Christmas and for a much brighter and better 2022. Pray God that this virus, this pandemic, which continues to rage throughout the world, will recede over the coming year, and that life everywhere can return to some semblance of normalcy. I also want to take the opportunity to wish all of my constituents in the beautiful community of Red Bay and Prospect all the very best for Christmas and for the New Year, and to say that I will do my very best to get round to as many homes as I possibly can in the weeks between now and Christmas Day. Merry Christmas, happy holidays to all.
The Honorable the Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's kind of hard to come behind the former Premier of the country and top that. But like they say, I'm his protege, so I just want to double down on what he said. You know, he he briefly doubled down by saying what he said twice. But more importantly, sir, funny enough, me and him were just having a chat inside the lunchroom, and I just came from having some flashbacks of being in opposition and all that. And there's one thing that I would really like for us as members of Parliament to wish for going into the new year, and this may sound rather strange after my delivery just now, but I think we need to figure out how to work together for the best interest of this country. I think this is unprecedented times. We have a lot of difficult things we have to get through, and I really wish for my New Year's wish, like yourself, wishing for things that the opposition and the government can work hand in hand together, and I genuinely mean that from my heart. I'm going to make the effort to try to reach out to you, tell you what I'm doing, get your thoughts and your feedback, because the winners in this is our people. So besides that, I obviously want to say a special Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad, Maligayang Pasko to all of my constituents.
Hold a minute, you know John.
Well, Mr. Speaker, though the former minister has many languages, I stick to 3. That's Caymanian, English, Spanish, and Filipino, because those are 3. That's the Caymanian English is in 1. So, but that being said, I know I have to be short. I just want to say thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues. First budget, you did a good job. I'm proud of you. Your constituents should be proud of all of you, especially the new ones. They work really hard. So I look forward to the new year. God bless Cayman. And remember, Cayman first.
Any other member wishing to speak? The member for Georgetown North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, shall be brief myself. First of all, let me take the opportunity on behalf of the opposition. We do have the Leader of Opposition, as I said earlier, is off Ireland for medical purposes, and the honourable member from Cayman West had to leave to attend to some business as well. So on their behalf and the rest of the opposition, we just want to wish everyone across the 3 islands a very Merry Christmas, safe holidays, and a blessed New Year when it comes. Mr. Chairman, I also want to recognize and thank the staff here at the Parliament for the last year, for all the work that they have done. We have a lot of new staff, and I welcome them all, and I know that the existing staff were happy to have the extra hands on board. I also am aware that there will probably be some retirements coming up, and I want to, in case I miss them, I want to wish them all well. But and also, it's so good to see some of our young people around the Parliament. I'm sure that it has been quite enlightening for you to be a part of these procedures, which, as young people, we tend not to follow. Mr. Chairman, I want to also, of course, Mr. Speaker, sorry, it's been a long day. I want to also, or most importantly, wish a very Merry Christmas to my constituents in Georgetown North and a blessed New Year when it comes. I will be out and about over the Christmas holidays, and I hope to see you. If I do not, please know that my best wishes are with you, and I hope that everyone has a safe and blessed Christmas. In closing, I always say every year and every opportunity I have, let us all please remember that not everyone will be as fortunate as we are. And so please, even if you don't know who they are, check on your neighbor, check on the person across the street, and if you have a little extra, share it with them. Thank you, and God bless you.
Any other member wishing to extend greetings about what the Premier said, the Honorable Deputy Governor?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would like to join you in wishing first all members of this honorable House Merry Christmas, also to my family. And I do want to especially ask everyone in this honorable house to do remember our emergency services and our frontline workers during the Christmas holidays, our brave nurses and doctors who are risking their lives right now, treating COVID-positive persons, trying to keep them alive, our brave men and women of the RSIP, the prison, CBC, 911, all our frontline staff, Mr. Speaker, who will not be home. Many of them will not be home for Christmas. They will be on the front line. So I would ask that we, first of all, ask God's blessings on them, bring them home at the end of their shifts, but also for all of us to remember them, that they're out there working, sacrificing for us, so that we can have a Merry Christmas. Just yesterday, the governor and I were speaking, and we were told by the police that I think we've had our 9th road fatality for the year. That equals last year. Mr. Speaker, to everyone, slow down, stop drinking and driving, make this holiday season accident-free. No one lose their life because of being irresponsible and drinking and driving. Mr. Speaker, that is something that's totally within our control. You don't have to drink and drive. We have so many persons who will come and pick you up, your friends. Many of the service clubs will be having bus service throughout the new year again. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask, Cayman tradition is for us to get together, large groups, and have a big holiday cheer on Christmas Day with lots of food. We have COVID in our community. I ask that everyone to please take care. If you need to have a lateral flow test before you have a Christmas function, do it. It may save someone's life. So please be careful. Smaller gatherings may have to be the norm this Christmas. But let us continue to look after each other. And as the Minister for Tourism said, together, let's work together for the betterment of our people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anybody, a Principal Secretary, Parliamentary Secretary, and the member for West Bay Central?
Mr. Speaker, I've heard members speak on more than one occasion about having surreal moments. This is a surreal moment to be standing in this honorable house, sending Christmas greetings to the entire Cayman Islands. It is such an honor, and my heart just feels very full tonight to know that the people of West Bay Central has selected me to be their representative. That is a beautiful Christmas present that I have. But as I stand here tonight and listen to some of the other members as they spoke, and I listen to the member for Georgetown North, and he was speaking about giving. That's something that I also would like to encourage, the persons within our community, because we have organizations that share Christmas love throughout the year. And I'd just like to take a moment to thank a few of them. The Food Bank, who has been, giving food to the poor, not just during Christmas, but throughout the whole year. ARC, Resilience, R3, these are organizations that do it throughout the year. I just want to thank them and also implore all of our residents, our visitors, just to be kind to, your neighbor, because these are uncharted times and there are many people who are really, really struggling. And just as I sit down, I just wanted to also say that I know last Christmas, I thought that it would be the one and only COVID Christmas. And here we are again, back in a similar situation, a little different, but still the same. And so to follow what the Deputy Governor had said, just encourage all residents to be safe as they're out and about over the holidays around each other. And last but certainly not least, I'd just like to wish, all of my constituents in West Bay Central a very Merry Christmas. And I too will do my best to get around to them now that we are finished with our proceedings here this evening. Thank you.
Is there another member wishing to extend greetings? The parliamentary secretary and the member for East End.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you and the rest of this honorable House for this opportunity to speak. First of all, I want to thank God for his many blessings and many small mercies. I want to wish all my colleagues a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. To my constituents in East End, I want to wish you all the best in this holiday season, and for us to be thankful for so many things. And I also want to thank you all, East End, for allowing me to be here to represent you. In being thankful, I am reminded of the words by one of my favorite singers, Josh Groban. It's called Thankful. It's a song called Thankful. This song has very, very deep meaning to me. And I just want to read couple of the verses. Mr. Speaker, they comment on my age, but the first verse says, some days we forget to look around us. Some days we can't see the joy that surrounds us. So caught up inside ourselves, we take when we should give. And the chorus says, so for tonight, we pray for what we know can be. And on this day, we hope for what we still can't see. It's up to us to be the change. And even though we can all still do more, there's so much to be thankful for. Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful, and as a couple of other members have said, I too would like to let my constituency know now that we've gone through this hard part of the work that was laid before us after elections. I want to let them know that they'll be seeing a lot more of me now in the constituency, especially before Christmas. Thank you so much.
Is any other member wishing to speak? The Honorable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity, and I share the words and sentiments of my other honorable colleagues, as this is a first time in my elected position here in Christmas. And it is such an honor to be given this noble position, thanks to the good people of Prospect Electoral District and definitely Red Bay, because it is combined. It is surreal. It is heartwarming. It's 1 minute you are Christmas of last year, and you're building up for the journey of elections, and you're going out, you're on the pavement running, and you're going full speed ahead. And here you are, right now, speaking to the nation, tugging at the hearts of our people, in trying to live and navigate our life with COVID as normal as possible. We understand we're all in this together, but not many a times we are in the same boat together. But the reason for the season is to not forget it was when Christ was born. Family, relationships, friendships, as we have built here even in the last 8 months, speak to exactly what Christmas really means. Not many of us may have the means this Christmas. And as I stated earlier on, behaviors have to change. But in this noble position in being the Minister of Health and Wellness comes with great responsibility, which I shoulder with grace and with pride, with the support of my honorable colleagues. I want to wish my family, my extended family of this honorable House, the family that I go home to many nights, tired as can be, but it's with joy that I sit here and I stand here and fight for the people and do good by the people of our country. And I just want to pay special thanks to, yes, our frontline staff, as the Honourable Deputy Governor stated, as many of them do shift work, long hours, and there's no holidays, so to speak, because of the nature of their jobs. What I want to take away, or people to take away from this message, is that there is hope. You will always hear me say that. Faith and hope, and that too is embedded in a lot of the Christmas carols. To my constituents, I want to humbly thank you for your patience. A lot of you may be getting just a little bit on the edge because you can't get me. We have been successful with passing our budget. I think it's almost in record time, so that this frees us up to be out in our constituencies. I want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas, a healthy and prosperous New Year, and thank you for electing me as your elected representative.
The member for Savannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the past year has brought much uncertainty, as did the last, with many years of our lives being interrupted by the pandemic we have been facing. The challenges and trials we've endured throughout the past 19 months have been massive. Challenging times, Mr. Speaker, yet we still stand. But we must stand united, Mr. Speaker. This pandemic has caused much division among our people, from the social media wars to the traditional talk shows. We offer up prayers to those who are not well and grieving. But, Mr. Speaker, 'tis the season. This is a season of unity. This is a season of hope, love, and peace. The bright lights and Christmas carols herald in a time of year many of us look forward to. But we also know the reason for the season, Mr. Speaker. It's the time of year we recognize the birth of our Lord and Savior. Mr. Speaker, sorry. If we ever needed the guiding hand of our Lord and Savior, it's now. As we draw closer to the year end, we pray for God's continued guidance on all whom we serve. It's been 7 months since being elected to this honorable House, and although not able to remain in our constituency office like we did before, I want my people to know they're never far from our thoughts. We're here carrying out the business of the people daily. So, Mr. Speaker, I now offer to my beloved constituents of Savannah and Newlands early Christmas wishes to you. And I say to each of you, stay safe and healthy. Special Christmas wishes to all my friends here and overseas, friends and family here and overseas. Christmas greetings to the staff at our constituency office who keep our office running smoothly in our absence. Without them, Mr. Speaker, I'm certain the Honourable Premier and I would not know what to do. I wish to sincerely thank them for going above and beyond daily. To all the staff here at the House of Parliament, warm wishes are sent your way. You are each deeply appreciated for all you do. I myself know the amount of work that goes on here in this honorable House, and I say heartfelt thanks to each of you. To Miss Anita and Mrs. Ferran, who keep the halls of this honorable House in spotless condition, and their service to ensuring we're fed daily, I wish you special Christmas greetings at this time. Mr. Speaker, last but certainly not least, I want to wish my colleagues here in this honorable House and their families a very Merry Christmas, filled with love, peace, and most importantly, unity. God bless you all.
The member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to wish my colleagues, Madam Clark and her team here at Parliament, my family, my friends, and last but certainly not least, my constituents of Georgetown South, a very Merry Christmas and a happy, safe, and healthy and prosperous 2022. And I look forward to being out and about next week, visiting all of you and bringing you all some goodies. So have a good night, and again, Merry Christmas to all.
Is any other member, the member for what? Parliamentary Secretary, member for?
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Downtown
Speaker.
East.
I rise before they shut it down. It's getting late. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to colleagues and all the Parliament staff in this honorable House. I take great pride in this time of the year, Mr. Speaker, and I am proud to extend a hand, as many persons probably have known in personal conversations with me. Growing up, Mr. Speaker, we didn't get gifts. It was me, my sister, my brother. And we didn't always get gifts at Christmas, but when we looked out the window, we saw everybody riding the new bicycle and everything else, and we were just crying inside the house. I know how that feels, and I don't think that that's fair for any child to feel that way. So once I got my job, making $342 a month, I took up 20 children in the district of Gun Square area to ensure that they got gifts and that they were happy at Christmas. And that's a spirit that I've been doing from the time I was 8 years old, working as a baggage boy at By Right. And, Mr. Speaker, the holidays are a time that I love, and must we remember why we celebrate Christmas? It's because of Christ Jesus being born. I know there's a lot of stress and fear out there, Mr. Speaker, in the community about COVID, but I still encourage families to get together and host some of our normal traditions safely. To my Bordentown East constituents, I will be having a children and parents Santa Claus event with gift giving at Cowood Beach on the 18th of December. And I encourage all my colleagues too to come through, pass by and say hello to a Bordentowner. And we will be have all our protocols in place, and we've been discussing this for a while, and it's something very important for my community and others who still join us. I wish every one of you a Merry Christmas. I will be in the area, out and about, visiting homes. I wish my family and my staff at the Bordentown constituency office God's blessings. I want to thank Meals on Wheels, Bordentown, the Lions Club, the Rotary Club, all the service clubs in the Cayman Islands that does such a great job at this time of the year, whether it's gift giving or tree lighting, etc. It makes it special. I thank persons like the Bordens and the Crichtons and who still and Commander Bay, who still light up, and all those who light up the roundabouts and so forth. They put a magic in Christmas, and I want to thank them because it means a lot to children. they look forward to seeing those lights up on spots, especially for the eastern districts. And I in fact love to see it myself, you know. There's much to be thankful for, even though we're in the middle of a pandemic, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the opposition, but I want to also thank the Park government, which I'm now a part of. I'm very proud of what I've seen here today. This is my third time being elected. The speed, and I want us to give a round of applause by slap on the desk to the Honorable Deputy Premier, Minister of Finance, in the way that he carried out this expeditious budget process, and the Premier. I've never seen it done so quickly. I was actually bragging on the road, saying that normally one ministry could take 1 day, and he were doing 3 a day. So I know he was taking great notes over there at the times he sat on the opposition bench. And I decided I didn't want to take the same notes as him. So I'm here, and I want to say I'm proud of the team that I'm now a part of, and I think that we're going to do great things. I think 2022 is going to be a great year, not only for this government and this honorable parliament, but for the people of the Cayman Islands. I think we're going to learn to live with COVID, and we're going to go about our business and try to support all the local businesses, etc. So don't forget to pray. And I want to say to you all, don't drunk and drove. And it's already too late. So I want to say in closing, Mr. Speaker, I know other people have to speak and it's late in the night. Feliz Navidad y Prospero Año Nuevo. Joyeux Noel et Bon Année. And Maligayang Pasko al Manigong Bagong Taon. Mr. Speaker, I never said anything bad. I only said Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year in Tagalog, in French, and in Spanish. And I say it in Caymanian now. Merry Christmas to everybody in the Cayman Islands, and especially Bordentown East. Please be safe. There are many people who were here last Christmas that are not here today. As the member for Georgetown North said, check on your neighbor. It's very important. It may be something very small, but you wouldn't know how you saved them, right? I can remember many years ago, as a young boy, we were sitting in the house praying with my grandmother and my aunts, all in the same house right there in Gun Square, praying of where we would get the next meal from. And someone came and knocked on the back door and brought food for us. God bless you all. God bless these Cayman Islands. I thank you.
Thank you, member. I did understand Feliz Navidad and the other one, and I gathered the rest of them were the same sentiments. Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank everyone who has spoken thus far and those to come. Mr. Speaker, almost 61 years ago, in JFK's inaugural address, he spoke about the torch being passed to a new generation. I really, driving down this morning, Mr. Speaker, I felt good for the simple fact that while this Parliament still has a wide range in terms of ages, in terms of the membership, the thing is with politics, it has always been about ideas, ideals, and ideology. And I really want to thank every member of this parliament for the manner in which they approach the budget this year. I really have to give the member for Georgetown North, the deputy leader of the opposition, really thank him for his cooperation, because he has displayed a level of maturity, Mr. Speaker, that it says something well about the country. Politics requires us to disagree, but it does not require us to be disagreeable and disrespectful. And despite the differences of opinion that divides both the government and opposition, I really have to say that the members in opposition conducted themselves very professional, and it was really a pleasure to work with them. And we could not have achieved this budget being approved in record time if not for their cooperation. It also sends a message that of what people can expect when we do work together. Yes, we will have the differences, but we still have to find a way to work together. In your speech, Mr. Speaker, you spoke about hope. And ultimately, this is what it is for us here. Ultimately, that is what we are charged for, not only to give our people hope in theory, but in practice, in practical terms, undertake initiatives to make people's lives better, to uplift our people. I look at the cross-section of members in this House, and their backgrounds is so diverse, and it goes to show that is the magic of what Cayman is and what Cayman can always be. It has always been about integration. It has always been about living with others, and it's always been about respecting God and being a God-fearing island. I am very pleased to be alive this day, and I know there are many families, this is going to be the first time that many loved ones that they have lost, this will be their first Christmas without their loved ones, and I genuinely feel it for them, because at that time it's going to take them back to a place where they're going to remember that person and really, really feel it. I want to thank every member of this honorable House for also putting up with me. I know I can be a challenge to work with at times, but it has always been in the best interest. And I really also, Mr. Speaker, want to thank my constituents of Bordentown West. They always say politicians choose their voters before the voters choose their politicians. In that vein, we choose where to run before they choose who to vote for. And I could not have chosen a better district to represent. It's made up of hardworking, middle-class, aspirational Caymanians, and it is reflective, I think, of the island as a whole, even though I think my piece of real estate is the best, and no one can tell me otherwise. It's been my home now for almost 40 years, so I can say that. But I just want to ask everyone just to remember that this is also the season to be Christ-like, to give, and not just use this season as an excuse, but try to use this season as a launch pad to take that behavior into all of next year. Let's not just wait for Christmas to be nice. Let's not just wait for Christmas to do things. Let us be like that throughout the year. We have seen what it is that we can do. This is once the island that time forgot. Look at where we are today. We are now a player on the global stage. This is what the Cayman Islands is. This is what the Cayman Islands will be. And it is incumbent on all of us to leave a Cayman behind better than we found it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish everyone inside here and their families all the best. I know it is not an easy job. I know it's a thankless job. But at the end of the day, I think everyone inside here generally means well. They mean their people well. And I want to wish everyone all the best. And happy birthday to Coach McLean. Today is his birthday too, I believe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Premier. Please remember those things for me that you have in writing. Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Minister, the Honourable AG.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief, but I would understandably wish to extend Christmas greetings to yourself, all honourable colleagues in this House, and our immediate family and extended family, and of course, those who live and traverse these islands, Mr. Speaker. And we must, as been said before, remember the significance of this time of the year. Those who can should make an effort to bring some Christmas cheers to those who are less fortunate, Mr. Speaker. There are going to be families with empty chairs at the table this Christmas, unfortunately, and we need to offer up a prayer for those who find themselves in that position. Mr. Speaker, this time of the year is special. For some reason, people tend to be far more civil to each other, and as the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, we should try and replicate that throughout the year, Mr. Speaker. I simply want to wish for all, Mr. Speaker, a very safe and blessed Christmas, and we look forward to bigger and better things come the new year. I thank you all.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable the Minister of Education.
By the way of housekeeping, I am directed to kindly wish the driver of the Deputy Premier a very Merry Christmas, and may his driving skills be extended throughout his tenure and beyond. And a very happy birthday to him as well. Mr. Speaker, 'twas 2.5 weeks before Christmas, and as I sat here and observed the parliamentary parlance and the miracle of Christmas having permeated these hallowed halls, I could not do any different but to rise and express, convey, and extend my very deepest and warmest congratulations to your good self, to all members of Madam Clerk's staff, the wider civil service, and I'm especially delighted to see the young gentlemen within Parliament so ably executing and so diligently and loyally and faithfully executing their duties as an educator. That gives me much hope, because as we look at the various studies, we see oftentimes that girls excel, even though they don't seem to form the majority of the House yet. We are making great progress, and that's something we celebrate as the female parliamentarians here today, to be in such an august company and to be making a contribution, especially where we find that there are over 50+% women on the voters list. Mr. Speaker, this has been some 26 Christmases that I've had the opportunity to be in this Parliament. So normally I attempt to give the younger ones an opportunity to speak and express their Christmas greetings or other greetings to their constituents. But I just want to say that for this particular Christmas, I have the audacity for hope that democracy is alive and well, and that Christmas still has that miraculous capacity to mend our hearts and fill our souls with charity, and find, as we reach deep down, find forgiveness and love and compassion and generosity. And I know that members are anxious to get out to their respective constituencies to be able to show that Cayman kind and be able to catch up on those visitations, albeit it's in a COVID-19 environment. We have come so far because of the reason for this season being Jesus Christ. It's a celebration that we as Caymanians still hold. Not only is it culturally indoctrinated into us, but many of us fervently and ardently believe that Jesus is the reason for the season. So I should go about and have your well-being within the communities. I pray that you would have a blessed Christmas, that God will make the provision and the protection, that as you go and serve the needs of your constituents that have put us all here, that they would see the hands of God extended as you reach out and touch for those homes that perhaps may be under the radar of the charitable organizations and even government. And some of them are lonely, especially this Christmas, because many of them have lost loved ones, Mr. Speaker, and there's a feeling of sadness and sorrow. But as the good book provides all of the answers, comfort them with this that they're but asleep. And if they did die in the Lord Jesus Christ, there is a hope of a reunion. Be that filler for that to chair. Some of their providers have gone. And so, whereas perhaps we would have held back, knowing that next year may be uncertain with a new variant just on our doorstep in Miami, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not unto your own understanding. And when you so do, he will direct your paths, and that he will continue to bless these already blessed Cayman Islands. I want to, in conclusion, thank all of the persons of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, and to a wider extent those in Grand Cayman, for the provision that our forefathers and mothers made and giving us this opportunity that we can stand in a free country today and lift the name of Jesus and celebrate his birth and realize that we now have that torch, as it were, to carry on. May we light it in all of the dark corners still remaining in Cayman. May we look for the remnants of those that have been forgotten, and may we be that light of the Lord Jesus Christ that we can shine in every single part of our constituencies, so that as we enter into next year, God's willing, we can enter it with a spring of hope, a spring of light, a spring of optimism, knowing that we have done the very best we can for as long as we could, and we will continue to trust in a God that gives us all provision. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable the Minister of Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I too would like to stand and say a special thank you. Let me start with the good God above, whether you call him Jehovah, Jah, Allah, whatever you decide to call him. But that being above is definitely one of the reasons why I'm here. Let me start by saying there are 3 former members of this Honorable House that I will have to say a special thank you, because I sit here today and some of the things that I learned from the Honorable Anthony Eden, Arden McLean, and Ezra Miller. Some people can say what they want to say, but I know the influence they had on things that I didn't have to say. They were a guiding force that I will always remember. And also I saw a man in here the other day, Mr. Gilbert McLean, another man that would take me, and always the same place. For some reason, he liked Fidel Murphy's, sit me down and talk to me and tell me, say, certain things. Those are people that I want to say thanks for the guidance and the good advice that they gave me. And I still remember the first thing that I was told by Mr. Arden McLean, and that was, charter your own course. Make no one else charter it for you. I stand here today as a minister. I'm very proud, very honored, and especially the ministries that I have. We may not make money, but we give you security, we give you safety, and we try to bring back the Caymanian pride. We try to protect our culture, and now we are also trying to identify and develop talent with all aspects of our society. Mr. Speaker, the people of West Bay North have not seen me much in the last 5 months because of this budget process. Believe you me, West Bay North, you will see me now in the next couple of weeks because I have a lot of catching up to do. My public meetings will start next year early and all those things. To the members of the PAC government, thank you. We may not have at times agreed on how to get to the goal, but we know we all wanted to get to the goal. And I must say, I'm looking at the things that we have set out to do, and this will be the first time in my life that I've ever seen a government that is doing so much for the little man in this country. The little people in this country are finally being heard, and we're trying to do things to help them. That I am very proud of. So to my PAC government, thank you all very much for the way we've been working together to try to get there. And last but not least, I'd like to say a special thank you to my family for covering for me the many nights I have to get home late and the many mornings I leave out early. And my staff for the way they have also tried to protect me and to try to guide me to do the right things with all this red tape and rules you have when you're a minister. It's much easier being the opposition when you can pelt down all of the trouble. But when you're over here, you have to take all kind of angles, and everything blocks you from getting certain things done that you feel should be is the right way. And like what someone else said earlier on, I think it was the DG, my staff is on the front line. They can't do anything by computer. They have to get out there and cut people out of the cars. They have to go out there and take people out of their homes. They have to do everything face to face. Please pray for their safety, pray for their protection. And last, like I said, thank you all very much, and praise be to Jah.
Does any other member wishing to speak? The Honorable the Minister of Agriculture, Planning.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today not to talk about politics or policies, but to wish my fellow people in Northside a Merry Christmas. Mr. Speaker, just to let my constituents know, I am humble and I am grateful to represent them. The people of Northside, Mr. Speaker, likewise what everybody else have said here today, have not seen me as much as I would have loved them to see me. Actually, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I really miss going out there and campaigning and going door to door and help delivering our Meals on Wheels and seeing them pretty much every other day, sir. But just to let them know, I will be starting to come back out and being out there and visiting them. I will try to make sure that I reach every household in Northside in this coming festival season, sir. Even his, if I'm welcome, I will. But I want to also wish the Cayman Islands a Merry Christmas, and may the good God protect us all as we visit our families and friends over the holidays. And please, we all know we all need to keep safe. God bless you all, and to my colleagues, look forward to doing good things with you all in the future in the coming new year. Amen.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable the Minister of Financial Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Swiftly, and it is now 9:20, and I'm sure patience is weary, but I would just like to say a very, very heartfelt happy holidays to all members of this honorable House, to your family, to your friends, and to the staff. I'd also like to mention that I did notice the absence of the Leader of the Opposition, but I hadn't appreciated until tonight that it was for medical purposes. So I wish, Mr. Speaker, that whatever those medical purposes are, they're resolved swiftly, and that the Leader of the Opposition is on the mend. I'd also like to thank all of the staff in the Ministry for Financial Services and Commerce, and also all of the staff and all the departments and regulators there too, and also the staff of the Ministry of Investment, Innovation, and Social Development, and all the departments and NGOs there too. And I'd also like to just say a very, very heartfelt, again, happy holidays to the constituents of West Bay South. I don't want to leave tonight debating against my own government, but I do have to take issue with whether or not Bordentown is the district of choice. I will argue and advocate for a united West Bay. A united West Bay for us to be able to enjoy in our constituencies.
That's a good word.
And to say that we don't have to be bound by the constituency lines in West Bay. It's going to be an unusual Christmas for us to be able to maneuver and see all of our constituents. So if we all need to shoulder the load to get to see as many people as we can, I'm happy to assist in that regard. And the only other thing that I could think that perhaps was unsaid, I think, I join all the other comments, is the Caymanians overseas who might not be able to come home for Christmas, and to wish them a happy holidays. For whatever reason they aren't able to be home, we miss you, we love you, and it's all the same. And hopefully the office, for those in the UK, the office in London will do something very special for Christmas for those who are unable to come home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy holidays.
As we say in prayer meetings. Seems like all hearts are cleared. The call on the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am certainly glad I gave all members of this Honourable House the opportunity to speak, and so much has been said that is absolutely wonderful. Mr. Speaker, we have completed a process of delivering what we certainly call a great budget for the people of this country. Even the opposition have referred to it as a good budget. And it really reflects a Christmas present for this Christmas and next Christmas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying that, there are many people many families who have lost loved ones, and we certainly extend our condolences and our thoughts and our prayers to those. Similarly, there are people who are sick, and I don't just mean those who are sick right now with COVID. At all times, there are people who are ill and who deserve our thoughts and our prayers and our best wishes. So we certainly want to extend that to those people as well. Mr. Speaker, starting right here, let me say thank you very much to the staff of this Honourable Parliament. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for doing a good job. I think all of them, and I too have noticed all the young people in particular who are involved. And it is heartwarming. It is wonderful to see them involved and being a part of the process, and ultimately, hopefully being a part of the future. Mr. Speaker, I want to say it's an honor to be Premier at this point. We do have a lot of challenges in this country. We certainly have issues to deal with in terms of COVID. And as others have said, we absolutely do have a lot of people in this country, sir, who are disadvantaged, who are suffering, who are hurting, and they need our support. That is why we are here. That is in part why we have been pushing to get this budget through. But I want to extend special thanks to all of my ministerial colleagues, all of the backbench, the parliamentary secretaries, all of whom form an integral part of this government and have contributed immensely to what we've accomplished in the past 8 months, sir. I want to also extend thanks to my ministry team, my office staff, and all of those in the civil service and the wider public service, sir, who do such a fantastic job of working for the people of this wonderful country that we have. We should always be grateful. As other members have noted, many of them put their lives at risk on a daily basis, and we must be eternally grateful to them for the work they do. Mr. Speaker, at the risk of jinxing things, I was driving by the dump the other night, and the fire had just started, and within minutes the fire crew were there, and from the road looking up at them, it looked like they were walking in the flames. Of course, they were on the backside of it, silhouetted by the bright lights. But it just reminded me how much we owe the people of this country who put their lives at risk to ensure our safety, to ensure our security, and to rescue those of us when we need it most, when we feel like we are threatened and we are on our last. They're there to help us. They're there to render medical aid and assistance and to get us healthy again. And, Mr. Speaker, that is something that at this time of the year we don't want to see As the Deputy Speaker has said, we don't want to see any further lives lost. We have already suffered enough with that. So I would join with the Deputy Speaker in really encouraging everybody in this country to please drive safely, please don't drink and drive, please adhere to the rules. Sorry, Deputy Governor. Sorry, Deputy Governor. Mr. Speaker, I also want to touch on a matter, and I'm not going to be too long, sir, but I want to touch on a matter which my colleague, the Minister for Health and Wellness, raised in relation to the unfortunate passing of a young person in her constituency. Mr. Speaker, I want us all to remember that when we are looking at people's lives from the outside, their lives may look entirely fine. They may look like they have everything under control. They may look like they are in charge and everything is good. But that may not be the case, sir. And I implore everyone, those in here, my colleagues in here, and those listening to the sound of my voice, always make time for anybody that you think may need that ear. Never give up the opportunity to provide a listening ear to someone who may benefit from it. Because I Mr. Speaker, I try, even if it's 1 o'clock in the morning, if it's somebody that I think needs that listening ear, I try to provide it. And I encourage everybody to do that. I would rather spend tons of time listening to people than to have to attend a funeral, particularly for a young person, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to extend my thanks to the people of Newlands for giving me the opportunity to represent them. The last 8 months have been a bit of a blur. They have been extremely busy, but I too, like others, feel like it's now the opportunity for us to get to work, for us to be able to get out there and spend more time with our constituents and start delivering on our promises as reflected in this budget that we have passed, sir. So I want to wish them all, everybody that I have mentioned earlier, a very Merry Christmas, happy holidays, safe and healthy holidays, and into the new year as well. Mr. Speaker, I want to sincerely thank my family who have allowed me to be able to serve in this role as well. Who have allowed me to be able to serve in this role. Because without our families supporting us, sir, we would never be able to do this. And the job, and I know I don't have to tell any of the members whether it's on this side of the house or the other side of the house, everybody knows how demanding it can be and how much you have to sacrifice family time. And so we want to thank our families for being there for us and with us to enable us to be able to do the job that we do out of the goodness and the kindness and the love in our hearts for our people, for this country. So we thank them, and we look forward to having a wonderful Christmas with all of them as well. Mr. Speaker, I want to say a special thank you as well to the Governor, Mr. Martin Roper, who has been an excellent governor for the years that I have observed him since he arrived here as governor. I've had the occasion before I was elected to speak to him on a number of points, and since being elected, he has been a very guiding, strong force, and I think somebody who I think entirely means well for this country and its people. So I wish him and his wife and the rest of his family a very happy and safe holidays as well. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to pass up the opportunity, but I promise you I'm not going to take more than another couple of minutes, but I'm not going to pass up the opportunity to encourage everybody to get vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, one of the things we have learned from the experience we've had here is, yes, we have had an incredible amount of community transmission, and we have had lots of people that have had COVID, but because of the extremely high vaccination rate that we pushed, and we can all be proud of that, we pushed, and not just us here on the government side, but the opposition helped. They leaned into it as well, and the people of the country need to be acknowledged and thanked. Sir, if we were any other country with a low vaccination rate, we would have had tens and tens more deaths. So we ought to be very thankful that the people of the country have responded so well. But, Mr. Speaker, we have this threat of Omicron, this new variant, and it is spreading quite rapidly around the world, and a lot of work is being done to try to assess the impact, whether it's, the vaccines are going to be effective, or the extent to which they're going to be effective against it. But it is, one thing for sure, it is highly transmissible. There are sufficient mutations that people who got COVID and recovered from it are catching Omicron as well. One thing seems to be clear right now, sir, is that the booster shot is a great way for us to address this issue. And the position we have taken recently, you may have noticed in the last few weeks, we have been changing the qualifications for booster shots. We went down from 50 to 40. Now we're at 18 years. You're 18 years old or up, and you have been vaccinated for 3 months or more, you can get the booster shot. That, Mr. Speaker, is something that I am encouraging everybody to go out there and do, because if this variant has the potential to spread in the way that Delta did around the world, to supplant the existing variant at that time, we continue to have something to be concerned about, and this is our best way of addressing that threat. So I'm encouraging the people of this country to go out and get your booster shots, because we want to see you here next Christmas, and we all want to be here next Christmas as well. Mr. Speaker, with that, I want to say a very heartfelt Merry Christmas to the entire Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, we all talk about our constituents, but the truth is we have to account to everybody, every Cayman Island, every resident of the Cayman Islands, every Caymanian, even those who are overseas, as the Minister Eubanks has noted. We extend our best wishes and our greetings to them, sir. So I want to extend it to the entire Cayman Islands, all three of our wonderful, beautiful Cayman Islands. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you all again, and to say God bless our wonderful, beautiful Cayman Islands, which are so special in this world. Thank you, sir.
I want to again thank you all my colleagues, for your support, and to thank again my constituents of West Bay West, and indeed thank all of West Bay, and wish them the best and a safe time ahead. I say that because I've just received a message again asking me if I'm going to have my annual Christmas party, seniors Christmas party, and I have said so often, last year we didn't have it because of COVID, and this year I'm not going to have it. Again, we have decided amongst us in West Bay to make our contacts otherwise. I've had 40 such annual parties and had to put it off last year and put it off this year, and people look forward to it. We used to have well over 500 people attend. Some of you have been there and you know, and I just want to say them again, no, I say it's not safe to have that kind of gathering. And so we will make contact, the SB representatives will make contact with our people, as all others will, who have said so here tonight, will make contact with our people. So say that, did we move the adjournment?
Mr. Speaker, I neglected to do that. I think I was just giving you the opportunity, sir. Mr. Speaker, I, at this time, would move the adjournment of this Honorable House, sine die.
The question is that this Honorable Parliament stand adjourned, sine die. All in favor? Aye. Those against? This Honorable Parliament stands adjourned, sine die.